Our first order of business today is the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2024. I will now recognize Chairman Womack to present the bill.
Good morning, colleagues. It is an honor to serve as chairman of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee of the House Appropriations Committee. I want to thank my friend, Chairwoman Kay Granger, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you also to Ranking Member DeLauro for her commitment to the work of this committee, and to my ranking member, Steny Hoyer. Thank you for your leadership and your friendship through the years. It's a real privilege to work with you. I know that despite our disagreements on matters relating to our work today, we have a shared passion for doing the work of the American people, and I trust it becomes evident as we move through this process. A group of people we traditionally mention, but always fall short of adequately thanking for their work, are the staffs, both professional and personal. These are the unsung heroes of Congress. I am witness to their steadfast devotion to duty. They impress me daily with their willingness to adjust to the fits and starts of this committee as they manage to deliver the work product before you today. Thank you to all of you. Colleagues, it should be no secret to any of you that I'm not a fan of the current budget process. Many of you have expressed your disdain for it as well. It is unacceptable to be 2 weeks from the August recess and only be a little over halfway home on committee work. Simply put, the budget process is broken. We are failing the American people when we fail to produce legitimate budgets, execute appropriations on time, and deliver oversight on the agencies under our jurisdiction. And both sides share in the blame. Failure in any of these areas is a serious breach of trust with the American people. Our job, I'll say again, our job as appropriators is to fund the government. Our government is designed to work. Our Article 1 authority is explicit. Only mortals can screw it up, and too often we do. It's precisely how we get to $32 trillion in debt. It's how we take on the burden of net interest on that debt, now the fourth largest line item in the federal budget of more than $600 billion and growing. It is not a sustainable direction. You know it, I know it, and the American people know it. And while the attention in this town is focused on discretionary spending, it would be intellectually dishonest not to recognize that the majority of our fiscal issues are on the other side of the spending ledger. If Congress is truly committed to fixing our balance sheet, we must begin the conversation on mandatory spending. Like one's personal health, you cannot ignore the symptoms and wish away the problem. It's real. What drove me to this committee was the powerful impact it has on our nation. The power of the purse cannot be overstated. The pressure to address the emerging needs of this country is intense. Like the bumper sticker I saw recently, so much shopping, so little money. But it's our sworn duty, and this markup is but a small part of what we are all called to do to make government work. The bill before us today provides $25.279 billion in non-defense discretionary spending across a number of critical agencies. It also has a $45 million category of defense spending. The bill rejects over $6.3 billion in discretionary funding increases within the President's budget request. Now, what we have before you today is nearly 20% below the President's request, nearly 7% below FY23, and 2.2% below FY22. Now, we're going to quibble about these numbers today, but the bill represents an adequate level of funding given our fiscal constraints. We shift unused and unobligated funding totaling $13.4 billion away from the partisan Inflation Reduction Act that creates a super army of IRS agents poised to target individuals and small business owners. This bill, among other things, buttresses our financial markets, fights terrorism financing, and upholds our fair judicial system. We demand in this bill that agencies concentrate on their core mission, the pursuit of a job-killing, burdensome, and unnecessary regulatory agenda only serves to further bloat a federal bureaucracy that has become too big, too intrusive, and counterintuitive to limited government. We move in that direction with this bill. But to be clear, the agencies under our jurisdiction perform important functions, and while some may be your favorite piñata, they deserve our full attention. As I said, our job is to fund the government. It's thankless and it's hard work, but this committee is equal to the task. Let our work begin. I would now like to recognize my friend and ranking member, Steny Hoyer.
For the first 5 minutes of the chairman's speech, I will say amen. He's absolutely right. The process is broken. The budget process is essentially non-existent, and the appropriations process is struggling. CRs and omnibuses are the proof of the failure to get our work done. The chairman and I am convinced, will work closely together with great respect for one another, and I think hopefully with effectiveness in forging an ultimate conclusion to our responsibilities in a way that we can perhaps not all, but mostly support, so that we can do what the American people expect us to do: come together, attain consensus, and do our responsibility and duty. I would suggest to you that we did that when over 300 of us in the Congress of the United States voted to ensure that we did not default on our debt. I am hopeful that we can do the same with respect to the 12 bills that are our responsibility. Now, Madam Chair, let me say from the outset, I believe the debt is a real threat to our long-term success and must be addressed. However, I agree entirely with the chairman's observations. Our part of the budget is 12%. 13% is the defense, and that's 25%, which means that 75 to 80% is on the mandatory side of the ledger. If we don't look at that, we will not get to this resolution. No one who understands what is necessary to do that believes that this debate will accomplish that goal. This bill, in fact, in my view, significantly undermines our ability to reduce the deficit. I will point out just a few of the many ways in which this bill fails the country and the American people. First, this bill fails to protect or promote the health of the American people, health and safety of the American people. It's defunding of the enforcers, defunding the police, if you will, on the law enforcement side. It defunds the enforcers of laws, regulations, and rules established for the protection and benefit of the American people. Secondly, it is the continued undermining of the Internal Revenue Service and its ability to perform its lawful and essential responsibilities. We're appropriators. IRS collects 96% of that which we appropriate. This bill makes it harder to enforce the law by imposing significant cuts on key regulatory agencies. That includes the FTC, the SEC, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and the FCC. In doing so, this bill leaves Americans vulnerable to a variety of threats, from fraud, scams, and dangerous products that can be harmful and even kill adults and children. Additionally, the bill doesn't provide any funding for EAC election security grants, making our elections more vulnerable to interference and tampering, about which my Republican friends have had much to say. The irony is they are reducing the capacity to ensure that that does not occur. This bill also withholds funding for the FBI's new consolidated headquarters. Everyone, from the presidents over the last 20 years, and every FBI director has concluded the building that currently exists is dangerous for the employees, dangerous for those people who walk around the building, and inhospitable to the work that the FBI is doing, which is essential work to keep our country safe, not only internally but externally. Each year, that project is delayed, costs taxpayers $268 million every year, and undermines the FBI's mission and the safety of its employees. There are also significant cuts to other law enforcement agencies, including the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Follow the money. That's what law enforcement says, follow the money. That's what FinCEN is designed to do. The Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence is reduced. The Office of National Drug Control Policy is reduced, and the emergency planning and security costs for the District of Columbia are reduced. But for the Metropolitan Police Department, this Congress may well have been overrun and precluded from coming back that night to finish the people's business. So much for supporting law enforcement and public safety. On top of these harmful cuts are a slew of riders that make this bill even worse. They prohibit the government from improving diversity and equality, limit our ability to combat climate change, further undermine FTC and SEC consumer protections, restrict reproductive health care access, and interfere with the home rule authority of the District of Columbia. You cannot talk about states' rights and turn around and then substitute your judgment for the judgment of the elected officials in the District of Columbia. For decades, perhaps the most egregious cut in this bill targets the IRS and its enforcement abilities. The IRS is not a popular agency. That's probably an understatement. But it is an absolutely essential. Let me tell you a little story. There was a company once that was having trouble. And it was not being able to fund itself. So it went to one of its senior vice presidents who was in charge of customer relations. His name was Fred M. Caucus. And they asked him for advice, and he said, you know, I think our customers would be really pleased if we cut the accounts receivable department. So they did that. The customers kept using and buying the product, but there was no accounts receivable department, so they didn't pay for that which they bought. And the company, of course, went bankrupt. IRS is our accounts receivable. We all owe something, whatever we decide as the lawmakers who make the laws. We all must comply with those laws to fund our government, our national security, our domestic security. And if we don't have an agency that works, we're not going to be able to do that. but I guarantee you they're going to continue to buy the product because they need it. And that's why they elect all of us. They have different perspectives, of course, but that's the final choice. For decades, the IRS has been severely underfunded. I'm going to show you some graphs. These graphs illustrate just how dire the situation at the agency has become. Now, you can't see this chart. I wanted to put it up on the television screen, but that apparently wasn't possible. But this data shows how the enforcement and operations funding of the IRS has been eroded by 21.5% between 2010 and 2021. Now, so you understand, between 1981, there were 86,000 IRS employees. There were 166 million returns. There are now approximately, and I use approximately because they don't have exact figures for recent, 262 million returns. Now remember, I told you there were 86,000 in 81. There are now, as of 2022, approximately 71,000 FTEs at the IRS. Let me say that again. We went from 166 million returns in 81 to 262 million today, and we'd reduced 15,000, which is approximately 23%. The first graph is based on OMB and CBO data, shows how the enforcement and operations funding at the IRS has eroded from 2010 to 2021. This funding supports IRS revenue agents with the expertise necessary to conduct complex, high-income audits. Now, I will say to my friend, one thing I disagree with him on is that this super army of enforcement, it does not exist. Over and over and over again, the representation was made on your side of the aisle that somehow there were 80,000 new armed agents at everybody's door. You knew that was not true, but you kept saying it. But it did not make it fact. Less funding means fewer agents to audit. Not to be at somebody's door, to audit. The second chart I'm going to show you graphically shows the IRS budget from 2010 to 2022 has been reduced by 22%. This is not an agency that's bloated, that has kept growing through the years. In fact, it has shrunk through the years. 22%. IRS staff, during that same time, where returns have gone up by 32 million in that same time frame, 32 million has been substantially reduced. Now, we can't expect somebody to check up on whether people are paying their fair taxes if there aren't sufficient number of people to do that. Now, when I say it went up 262 million returns filed, some of which are very complicated returns, and you need very specialized personnel to audit them. Meanwhile, the number of tax returns, as I pointed out, filed has increased by 14% in the same time period. That means 2010 to 2019. According to Bureau of Economic Analysis data, the GDP in 1979 was $2.63 trillion, compared to $23 trillion in 2021. And as the chairman pointed, higher today. What does that mean? That means these are more complicated, more difficult, and as we change the tax code on a regular basis, it becomes a more complicated duty. Additionally, the number of annual tax returns increased from 140.1 in 79 to 269 million in 21. Despite this growth, IRS staffing went from 85,000, as I've said, to 78,000 in 2021, now 71,000. Why would any of us be surprised that phones go unanswered, mail remains unopened, refunds are delayed, returns aren't audited, and overtaxes are left uncollected? Owed taxes. I said over. Owed taxes. We're talking about owed taxes. Our law, our obligation, Now, most of us, most Americans, every week, Uncle Sam takes some money out of their pay and applies it to their taxes. Hard for them to avoid taxes. But some of us, some few of us, get monies in ways that are not reported. If you look at this, this is the audit of millionaires and above. It was about 9% in 2010. It is now approximately 0.1% of millionaires that are audited. That's an 88% reduction in the audits of millionaires. Now, I'm not a millionaire, so I'm perhaps not personally involved in that, but they are the returns you get. If you look at a chart, and we have that chart, $5,000, and it goes up, spikes. In any event, let me tell you, between 0 and 80%, you spend about $5,000 auditing, you get very little in return. But you get to the last 10% and the last 0.1% of the income levels, it spikes. As you can see in the next graph, IRS data book for 2020, budget and staffing cuts have caused the number of IRS audits on the wealthiest Americans to plummet. The odds of a millionaire facing an audit in 2010 were, as I said, 9%. Now it's 0.1%. That's a reduction in oversight of 88%. Okay, let me see the next graph. This last graph shows how the audit rate for millionaires declined. We already showed that. This is a repetitive. But enforcement budget's gone down 24%. Enforcement personnel down 34%. Overall audit rate down 58%. Audit to largest corporations, again, one of the most effective audits in terms of return, and audits on millionaires down almost 75%. Cutting enforcement funding by 24% did not lead to a 24% decline in the millionaire audit rate as one might expect. Instead, the impact was far greater. Former IRS Commissioner Charles Rettig made the same point in his testimony before the Senate Finance Committee in 2021. And I hope all of you would listen to this. This was the Trump-appointed director of the IRS. He said, quote, "The Treasury Department has now extrapolated that the net tax gap amounts to $584 billion in 2019, an estimated those of you who are concerned about the debt, this is Rettig, Trump-appointed IRS Commissioner, an estimated $7 trillion over a decade. And yet, as Fred R. Caucus said, cut our accounts receivable office. Commissioner Rettig, of course, was appointed by President Trump, as I said. Instead of addressing this problem, this legislation exacerbates it with a 22.2% cut below the request for IRS enforcement for high earners and corporations. Such a drastic cut has severe consequences for our government's ability to collect the owed taxes, our laws, things that we voted on. You may not have individually, one of us may not have individually voted, but that is the law. We need to collect that to serve the people for the policies that we adopt. Recent research from Harvard University and the Treasury Department shows that we generate $12. Listen to this, my friends. $12 for every $1 we use to ensure high earners pay their fair share. Fair share, let me put it another, their legal share. That's what they owe under our laws. That return on investment comes not only from the audits themselves, but also from their long-lasting deterrent effect on others who do not file accurate returns. If you think 0.1% are going to be audited, you're not too worried about cutting corners. Whether you're the payer or the accountant. Cutting enforcement funding reduces revenue and increases the debt. The results in the same, simply reducing taxes, on wealthy Americans, a cause Republicans have also championed. You have a tax bill, you're going to cut additional revenues, almost as much as we're talking about trying to cut in the entire discretionary budget. My Republican friends claim to be the party of fiscal responsibility. Some of you, I think, really are. This legislation is a dereliction of that responsibility, I suggest to you. Not only are the contents of this bill problematic, so too is the broken process that produced it. President Biden, Speaker McCarthy, and 314 House members came together to enact a law to address this issue. That agreement is not being followed. I know that some of my friends across the aisle, including Chairman Womack, have similar frustrations. We can start, ladies and gentlemen, addressing these faults by putting this unpassable bill aside and working together to make tough, hard decisions, not just as an Appropriations Committee, but as a Congress, to ensure that agencies receive the resources they need to enforce the law, and we bring this extraordinary debt under control. Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. I now recognize myself on remarks of the bill. Thank you. First, I want to thank Chairman Womack for his work on the fiscal year 2024 financial services bill. As I've said before, to fully fund our national defense, veterans, and border security, other unnecessary spending must be reduced. This bill reflects significant increases in the President's budget request and instead saves billions of dollars by reclaiming unspent funds from the Inflation Reduction Act and preventing the IRS from hiring tens of thousands of new agents. This bill addresses requests from members to include important policy riders and prohibit funding. The bill stops controversial programs and executive orders, regulations that harm business and consumers, and unnecessary climate change rules. It also continues long-standing pro-life protections. To close, I want to thank the members and staff of both sides of the aisle for their hard work. This is a very good bill, and I look forward to supporting it as it moves through the process. I now recognize Ranking Member DeLauro for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Granger, and thank you to Subcommittee Chair Womack, Ranking Member Hoyer, and to the subcommittee staff on both sides of the aisle. You are right, Congressman Womack. They are unsung heroes. We ought to sing their praises every day and every evening because they keep us here. So, and I want to just say, on our side, I want to say especially a thank you to Matt Smith and to Philip Tizzani for the work that you do. The funding and the policy riders in this financial services and general government bill put forth by the majority are unacceptable. The Republicans propose cutting critical agencies that the American people depend on for a stable, secure, and safe economy by a staggering 58%. My Republican colleagues claim to support things like law and order, economic competition, and protecting children. Yet, their actions demonstrated by this bill suggest otherwise. Cuts to the Internal Revenue Service would protect tax cheats over honest, hardworking families, as has been pointed out by the ranking member. Cuts to the Small Business Administration would cut off assistance and resources that help our small businesses start, grow, and compete. Cuts to the Securities and Exchange Commission would benefit market manipulators and inside traders over families saving for retirement. Cuts to the Federal Trade Commission would levy higher prices on Americans and make seniors more prone to be victimized by scammers. And cuts to the Consumer Product Safety Commission would enable dangerous products to hit our store shelves and enter our homes, potentially harming our children. In all, The agency's funding in the Financial Services and General Government Funding Bill are critical to keeping our economy equitable and Americans safe, which is what makes the cuts proposed in this bill especially egregious. Disadvantaging small businesses, making seniors susceptible to scammers, exposing children to dangerous products, rigging the stock market for the well-connected and the wealthiest. We cannot stand for this. Earlier this week, I met with Small Business Administrator Guzman. The Small Business Administration is extraordinarily concerned with how they will provide the resources America's entrepreneurs rely on to help their businesses start and grow. These small businesses are an essential part of the American economy and core to the financial security of our middle class. And they define Main Street neighborhoods and neighborhoods across this country. Businesses in my district, like Chabasso, a family-owned bakery, named SBA's Family-Owned Small Business of the Year in 2022. Collaborative ABA Services, SBA's 2023 Woman-Owned Small Business of the Year. And FAD Mechanical, SBA's 2023 Minority-Owned Small Business of the Year. These small businesses help bring communities in my district and in all of our districts together. And that's why we must foster the growth and the success of small businesses around the country. And during the pandemic, was a Small Business Administration that really enabled businesses to survive. This bill reneges on the debt ceiling agreement that Speaker McCarthy negotiated and which was signed into law. By slashing $1.1 billion from the Internal Revenue Service, this bill benefits millionaires, billionaires, and the biggest corporations, fraudsters, and tax cheats at the expense of hardworking Americans who pay their taxes. Many of the wealthiest pay no taxes at all. Elon Musk can find $44 billion for a social media app, but he avoids paying income taxes to fund the federal government his businesses and his employees rely on. Jeff Bezos, Carl Icahn pay no taxes at all. We have 39 corporations who have avoided federal income tax from 2018 through 2020. And there is a list which you can educate yourself on who they are. 73 corporations paid less than half the statutory corporate income tax rate from 2018 through 2020. Again, Bank of America, Domino's Pizza, Netflix, Nike, and many, many others who are not paying their equitable taxes, and as the ranking member pointed out, legally responsible for paying these taxes. You know, I've heard that, just a point here, the emphasis is always on the domestic investments that we make and how they are bankrupting government, creating the debt. I say to you that the lack of revenue is where the problem lies. And we now have a Ways and Means Committee that in fact determined, after the tumultuous debate about how we were going to slash and cut spending, they come out with a $1.2 trillion tax package, which are tax cuts for, once again, the wealthiest and the biggest corporations. Think about it. You can't write this or script it, but it's the reality of what we face. I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about wanting to be, quote, tough on China, and yet this bill includes no funding for the administration's efforts to restrict outbound investment in countries that threaten our national security. The majority is giving a green light to the potential offshoring of critical U.S. supply chains to foreign adversaries, yes, like China and Russia. This bill provides no funding for the new FBI headquarters, no funding for the Technology Modernization Fund, and no funding for electric vehicles. And of course, the majority doesn't stop there. They have included some 50 or so problematic and pointless riders, including prohibitions on the SEC's climate disclosure rule, prohibitions on abortion, and micromanaging the District of Columbia's traffic laws. The traffic laws of the District of Columbia. It's petty, and it really deserves derision. I have to ask the majority, which one of your members has so many tickets that you're looking to sidestep DC's traffic laws? Remind me not to take a ride with them. The Appropriations Committee is central, as the chairman said, to effectively running the federal government and providing services to the American people. It is where we establish our values and our priorities. That's what this committee is about. This is a place of serious governing, and sadly, this is not a serious bill. The majority only looks to protect the tax dollars and priorities of the wealthiest, the billionaires, and the corporations. And Chairman Womack, you have been a voice of reason in recent months. You clearly understand the inevitable conclusion of the course the majority is charting. And I hope more of your fellow Republicans will come to their senses. For all these reasons, I cannot support this bill. The Appropriations Committee is the heart and soul of the federal government. It is our values and our priorities. I respectfully request that those on the other side of the aisle go back to the drawing board, come back with a slate of workable allocations, reassess the priorities so that we are able to proceed with the important business of our government and the important business of the American people and get on with the 2024 appropriations work. I yield back.
Mr. Sicamani is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chairman Womack, for your work on this, leadership on this committee and on this important bill as well. It's been an honor working in this subcommittee myself. I've had the pleasure of serving on this subcommittee, and I'm proud of the bill that we have before us today. First and foremost, I'm thrilled to see this legislation rescind the unnecessary spending for more than 85,000 IRS agents. In my short 7 months in Congress, I have never heard from my constituents that they feel they need to pay more taxes. But you know what I do hear about? That they need more access to rural broadband. I'm happy to see that this bill includes language that expresses the importance of programs like the Affordable Connectivity Program. It requires reporting by the FCC and the demands associated with edge providers over rural broadband networks. The importance of increasing access to broadband, particularly in our rural communities, cannot be overstated. Moreover, as a border district representative, this bill includes multiple provisions that will help expedite trade and commerce while securing our border and dealing with the immigration system. Additionally, this bill helps to address opioid abuse. It prioritizes funding for high-intensity drug trafficking areas, known as HIDTA, to address regional drug threats, including fentanyl, and will enhance drug interdiction activities. These are all problems my constituents are dealing with day in and day out. In fact, the #1 cause of death among young people in Pima County, my home county, is fentanyl overdoses, surpassing car accidents. Too many parents in my district have experienced the loss of their child. And as a parent myself, I am glad to see steps taken to address this problem in our bill. I always say our border should be seen as an asset, not a liability. And that's why I advocated for the report language included today to provide us with a much-needed update from GSA on the status of modernizing all our land ports of entry. Additionally, this bill highlights the lack of necessary facilities for immigration judges on the U.S.-Mexico border in order to help expedite the processing of migrants across the border and cut down on the backlog of cases in immigration courts. We must have space. So I'm glad to see that this bill encourages GSA to prioritize acquisition of space in our border communities. The provisions before us in this bill deal with the almost every aspect of the government's involvement in the lives of our constituents. And I'm happy to rise in support of this effort to rein in wasteful spending and support growth. Thank you again, Madam Chair, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Chair Womack, Ranking Member Hoyer, I appreciate all the hard work of the members of the staff who worked on the Financial Services General Government Bill that we are marking up today. But I'm very, very disappointed in what the majority has put together. The Congress has a responsibility to be a steward for the American public and ensure that the government works for them. However, the bill that we're marking up today falls far short of what is expected of us. The majority has decided to axe the Financial Services Bill in such an irresponsible manner. The bill underfunds essential government functions by billions of dollars, and I repeat, billions, while walking away from hundreds of billions of dollars in foregone revenue that wouldn't require raising a penny in taxes. This is a thinly veiled attempt to rob Peter in order to pay Paul, and the ultimate victims here are the American people. First and foremost, even though the majority claims this bill cuts spending, they're not providing a full accounting. As Ranking Member Hoyer has pointed out, the Congressional Budget Office has estimated that the majority's plan to rescind IRS funding from the Inflation Reduction Act will cost the federal government $120 billion over the next 10 years. Other estimates put the figure higher. This is a patent case of being penny-wise and pound-foolish. Year after year, Republicans have hacked away at the IRS's already unfunded budget, even as our population grows and the number of tax returns filed each year balloons. The IRS's budget is down an incredible 19% from 2010, while tax returns have gone up 10 million. And as the agency has had to implement large tax law changes. Taxpayers rightfully expect our government to work for them, but the unceasing attack on the IRS's budget is causing the system to break. I don't think anyone alive is excited to deal with the IRS, but for every call to the IRS call center that goes unanswered, and for every tax return that sits backlogged, we're making it harder for people to simply pay their taxes, even when they want to. Unpaid and unreported taxes total around $600 billion annually, and the majority has no interest in collecting this revenue, as they make it easy for wealthy tax cheats to leave middle-class folks with the bill. I have a letter here from Republican former IRS Commissioner Charles Reddick, who was nominated to the job by President Trump and who emphatically opposes IRS rescissions. It was sent to every member of Congress last summer. In his letter, Mr. Reddick expressed that the additional IRS funding the majority is trying to claw back is vital to making the IRS accessible to everyday taxpayers and will focus increased tax enforcement on top earners, who are statistically the most likely to illegally dodge their taxes. While the IRS funding rescission is one of the most egregious provisions of this bill, it's far from the only one. The bill reduces cybersecurity funding, putting taxpayer-sensitive personal information at risk. It also underfunds anti-fentanyl and anti-other drug programs within the Office of National Drug Control Policy, while drug overdose deaths skyrocket. It reduces funding for election security, consumer product safety, including children's products, and oversight of the stock markets. And it continues the unconscionable violation of the District of Columbia's home rule with policy riders that overturn the will of the people and their democratically elected representatives. Enough is enough. We should stop playing with the people's hard-earned tax dollars by helping tax cheats, weakening our democracy, and enabling fraudsters. I urge you to pass a realistic bill that will help Americans and actually has a chance of being signed into law, not this product that we are about to push out of here today. With that, I yield back.
Mrs. Hitsu is recognized. Hinsu, right? Henson.
It's all right, Madam Chair. I've been called worse, for sure. Well, good morning to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chairman Womack, for your leadership on this bill. I'm rising today in support of this piece of legislation. It delivers on the promises that we've made to the American people to rein in the out-of-control spending in this place, and I agree with the Chairman. This is a good first step. We also need to rein in out-of-control regulation while ensuring that we have a federal government that works for the people that we represent. Accountability is really important, and that's why I think it's also important that in this bill we are bringing the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau under our purview with the annual appropriations process. It will now be subject to congressional oversight, and it will be able to answer to the will of the American taxpayers. This bill also protects American families and small businesses by rescinding the funding from the Biden administration's supercharged army of IRS agents while ensuring that they do have the resources to work through their tax return backlog and improve the efficiency of their operations. Like many of you in this room, I'm sure you're getting the reports from your district every week about how many calls into our office and how many casework operations we're having to work through to deal with IRS. It's our number one casework challenge. This bill also protects our farmers from onerous regulations like the SEC's climate disclosure rule and the expansive Scope 3 emissions disclosure requirement. This would be disastrous for Iowa farmers. It would bury them in paperwork and compliance costs instead of letting them focus on feeding and fueling the world. And I think this bill also takes strong steps to bolster our national security threat against foreign adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party. This bill includes my report language to require the GSA to report to Congress on the status of Chinese technology and equipment on federal property, and it also supports the important rip and replace efforts at the FCC. So again, this bill addresses many of the issues that I hear most about from Iowa families: burdensome regulation, out-of-control spending, and again, security against our greatest global threats. So I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I look forward to the robust conversation here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to recognize Chairman Womack and Ranking Member Hoyer for working with my office throughout the process to address some vital issues and include some critical provisions in the manager's amendment. I highlight these because the number one killer of children under 5 years old in the United States throughout accidental death, and I really hope that members are hearing what I'm saying here, because this is a critical issue that each of us needs to look within our own communities to notice how many children drown every year needlessly. And this bill includes $2.5 million to ensure that we can continue to fund the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act and fund the Pool Safely Program, which is a national education and awareness campaign that targets drowning prevention and helps make sure that we can raise awareness about the importance of always supervising young children around water, of making sure that we have barriers in the path of children when supervision lapses so that it is less likely that a child will unnecessarily drown, making sure that we have education and awareness focused on helping people understand that you can never take your eyes off a child when they are in or near water. Too many people think, well, I can just go answer the phone, or I can go answer the doorbell, or I can switch my clothes from the washer to the dryer. You can't do that. As a mother of twins who are now 24 years old, but who, when they were very little, as good a parent as any of us might be, I can assure you that you can't watch your children 24/7, and you need to make sure that there is constant vigilance. So the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act, and by the way, Virginia Graham Baker, Graham as she was known to her family, was the granddaughter of former Secretary of State James Baker. The bill was named in her honor. Graham drowned in a hot tub in the middle of a backyard, surrounded by her family and friends at a graduation pool party. She was held underwater through the force of the suction of the drain cover, which prior to VGB becoming law, those flat drain covers caused 9 or 10 child deaths every year. Since we passed the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act and required every public pool in America to switch to safe drain covers, we've not had a single single suction drain entrapment death anywhere in America. So the things we do here really matter, and I am spending a lot of time talking about this through most of my time, because drowning prevention and attention on it is really critical, and we disproportionately see minority children drown. Often their parents are less likely to know how to swim, and so making sure that swimming lessons are available plentifully and cheaply is important. Unfortunately, I have to vote on this entire bill, not parts of it, which is why I can't in good conscience support it as written. The bill's riddled with provisions that again renege on the debt limit agreement that was just signed into law, slashing critical programs that low-income and working-class families need. It hurts our public servants and first responders, making our communities less safe, and it threatens our national security. A look at some of the provisions in the bill hangs a lantern on this fact. To start, the theme of the bill is to massively underfund vital programs throughout the federal government, like the Consumer Product Safety, Federal Trade and Security and Exchange Commissions, as well as the IRS, as you've heard from my colleagues. Many other agencies have seen cuts not just from their requests, but also from their FY23 enacted levels. So who does this help, which I've constantly been asking? It places hardworking families at the mercy of the usual suspects, billionaires, big corporations, and the well-connected, and puts them in the crosshairs of scammers, fraudsters, and cheaters. These agencies, my colleagues, are focused on making sure that we can go after people who are trying to cheat our constituents. That's what happens when you gut funds for enforcement of the tax code, anti-competitive business practices, products that endanger children, and the list goes on. These dedicated public servants protect our national security and sanction bad actors, including our foreign adversaries, drug lords, terrorists, and human rights abusers. How is that tough on crime? Worse, Republicans claim to be tough on drugs like heroin and fentanyl, yet cut the Office of National Drug Control Policy. The so-called party of law and order also underfunds our federal public defenders, along with multiple levels of our federal court system. I think the picture is clear here. The examples are plentiful. This bill does more to hurt people than help them, and I urge your opposition to it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Carl is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, I rise to support this bill. I think it's a good bill. I think we're started in the right direction. As I've said in previous meetings, we have got to get our spending under control. I listened to my friends from the other side of the room. They talk about where our IRS issues, for example, we need 87 or 85,000 new IRS agents to collect more money. Folks, we're collecting more money now than we ever have. Our problem is not collections. Our problem is spending. And until we get our spending under control, you can forget about collecting enough money. You can't hire enough people to keep up with our spending is the problem here. So this bill helps us rein that in by defunding the 87,000 IRS agents. And I think probably privately, most all of you will agree, everyone in our district agrees with that. They are very frustrated with our IRS, and they're even more frustrated with our performance here in Congress. So let's check it. Let's check ourselves at the door, and let's try to start working together on some of this. This bill also is cracking down on the misuse of COVID-19 funds, which we all need to start looking at very, very closely, and also helps us getting our federal employees back to work. So many times we're talking about things that we can't get done because they're overburdened. I challenge you to find out if they're back at work. Are they still working remote? Passports is a big issue in my district right now. I'm sure it touches somebody in this room. I mean, it is hard to get passports done in a timely process. I'm told a lot of the passport processing folks are still working remote. We have got to come together and encourage, if not demand, that our folks get back to work. The IRS agents, again, I'm very proud that that addresses this bill. And as a small businessman, I want to speak to this. We talk about needing more employees to get the job done. It's all in government. It's always we need more people to fix the problem. As a small businessman, my determination whether I ran that business good or not is based on profits. So at the end of the year, if I run it lean enough and I run it well enough, I have a profit to share with my family and my business, my employees. Government's not that way. Government wants to tell you how they went from 10 employees to 1,000 employees in just 4 years, and they're proud of the growth. They have got no concept of how and what it costs to get them there. So before we want to jump in and start throwing more money at a problem, let's look and see if we can fix what we've got. Therefore, we can start focusing more on this spending problem we've got. I'm glad that we're holding the government agencies more accountable in this bill, eliminating wasteful spending and countering Chinese influence. We spent some time, I know of at least one member in here that I spent some time with down in Central America. We've got to start pooling our resources as a whole and start pushing back on the Chinese influences in Central America. The issue keeps coming up about the billionaires and millionaires. If you got such a problem with that, why don't you rewrite the tax bill? Because they're simply following the tax bill.
That's what you're doing.
So rewrite the tax bill, and then we'll start going after billionaires and millionaires. The fact they make money, thank God. Welcome to America. We are supposed to look up to people that make money because they create more jobs, they feed the economy. We need more of them. If you don't like it, rewrite the tax bill. And let's quit demonizing these people that we work with every day. In some way, we work with them. And last but not least is also the fentanyl problem. This bill helps us counter the fentanyl and opioid overdose, I hope, and that we can all agree we need to do more of that. So with that, I urge my colleagues to get together. Let's help get spending under control and to support this bill. Madam Chair, I yield my time.
Mr. Cartwright is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a proud member of the subcommittee of Financial Services and General Government. It's been my pleasure to work with Chairman Womack and Ranking Member Hoyer. I agree with the characterization of our chairman as a voice of reason, and I associate myself with the plea. Please come back to the table. Let's come up with a better bill. The big news with this bill is that this is the Tax Cheat and Financial Criminals Protection Act. That's what it is. That's the big news. This bill harms ordinary Americans. Ordinary Americans don't have huge tax law departments. Ordinary Americans don't cook up complex schemes that are all about tax avoidance. Ordinary Americans don't cheat on their taxes. Ordinary Americans are the ones who do get hurt when the tax cheats don't get caught, because ordinary Americans end up paying for our government because they pay their taxes and the tax cheats are not paying them. What I'm saying is the big news here is that ordinary Americans are getting fleeced with this bill today. Now, Ranking Member Hoyer took us through it with his charts, and I took notes while he showed those charts. We have 32 million more returns being filed these days than 12 years ago, and at the same time, fewer IRS staff to do that work. In fact, 17% fewer people to do all that work. It doesn't make sense. It ends up in delayed tax refunds. It ends up in your inability to talk to anybody at the IRS when you have a question. It doesn't make sense. And perhaps the most telling part of it was the chart that showed you about the millionaires being audited. I am not here to denigrate people that do well in this country. We're all good capitalists here, and I'm here to tell you it's only the tax cheats that we're running down here this morning. Over the last 12 years, we went from 9% of millionaires being audited to 0.1%. That's unbelievable. And that means there are tax cheats getting away with it. And that's before you get to the question of the largest corporation. Audits down over 50%. And as our overall ranking member pointed out, there's this huge list of big corporations that pay no tax at all. That's the big news here. But around here, we spend so much time being distracted with sideshows. You may remember that a couple of weeks ago, we had an amendment to talk about the defunding of the naming commission that was changing the names of military bases away from the Confederate war heroes to take money from the naming commission and prevent Lake Lanier from being renamed in Georgia. Well, my goodness. I got up and I mentioned my friend, one-star General Ty Sedgwill, is the vice chair of the naming commission. I called him afterward. You know what he told me? The naming commission finished its work in 2022. On October 1, 2022, it was disbanded. There's no danger of sending money to the naming commission now. And more than that, Lake Lanier came up before the naming commission, and the naming commission decided not to change the name while they were still in existence. Now, we spent about better part of an hour refighting the Civil War in here over that. That's better part of an hour we're not going to get back in our lives. Let's stop this nonsense. Let's focus on the big news. Let's not be distracted. The big news is that ordinary Americans are going to get hurt badly if this financial services general government bill goes through, because they end up paying for the government and the tax cheats get away with their crimes. I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Sorry about that.
Oops, is that the wrong one?
No.
Do I? Oh. Mr. Torres is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For months now, in markup after markup, some of my colleagues have hijacked what should be a routine government funding process to push through the most extreme and least popular parts of their agenda. The annual Financial Services and General Government Appropriations legislation has three main objectives: properly enforce our tax code, protect consumers from scams and unsafe products, and make sure our markets are free and fair. Doesn't say anything about reproductive rights. The bill before us today fails to do everything it's supposed to do. Last Congress, House Democrats fought hard to pass the historic Inflation Reduction Act to lower costs for working families while ensuring that the wealthiest pay their fair share of taxes. This historic bill invested in American manufacturers, reduced our reliance on international manufacturers, and helped make more goods in America. It was a welcome relief for American manufacturers and hated by international manufacturers because they cannot benefit from this bill. But this bill today instead rolls back funding in a way that seems to only benefit billionaires, big corporations, and the well-connected, and at the expense of hard-working Americans like the ones that I represent and the ones that many of you represent. The bill before us slashes funding by 59%. 59, my friends. These agencies are tasked with protecting American consumers from unsafe products and scams. Every single one of you has received either calls, spam in the email, or someone at your door. This screenshot is just one of many. The calls for me on this day started at 6:10 p.m. And every 6 minutes on the dot after that, There was another call that came through, and another, and another, and another until 9 p.m. That's what our constituents are going through. That's what our constituents want us to work through and help them. Everyone in this room should be able to agree to that. That means supporting, not cutting funding for the agencies that are responsible for cracking down on these scams, like the Federal Elections Commission and the Federal Trade Commission. It is not our place to sell out our seniors and consumers, nor is it our place to abuse the role of this committee to police women. My Republican colleagues seem to be more focused on stripping away reproductive freedom than funding the federal government. This bill would prevent Washington, D.C. from using its own local funds for abortion care and will strip away coverage of abortion for our employees and all of the federal employees that choose to be public servants for our constituents. I appreciate Chairman Womack for working with me, for the meeting that you took with me in the SCIF, on working on a few provisions that are very important to me and our security. However, I simply cannot in good faith support this bill that severely slashes critical funding for the working people that we represent. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Ms. Lee of Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member Hoyer. I rise in opposition to the cuts being proposed today, which will make our nation less safe and make it more difficult to combat crime. The majority says that agencies under its jurisdiction should prioritize countering illicit financing and addressing fentanyl trafficking. I agree. However, this bill shows that the majority wants to talk the talk, not walk the walk. This bill makes clear that the majority only wants to provide lip service to those important goals, but isn't willing to provide our nation's critical financial entities with the tools they need to track criminal financial activity, to investigate entities laundering money like cartels and terrorist organizations, and to combat the bad actors inflaming the drug crisis. As you all know, I represent Las Vegas, Nevada, which is home to a massive number of casinos. Casinos file reports with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, when they detect suspicious activity, which is a critical way to ensure that casino operators are safe and that their customers are too. Last year, there were 62,003 of these suspicious activity reports filed by casinos. In Nevada, accounted for 12,434 of those reports. That's the highest for any state and more than double the second highest state. Contrary to what some may believe, casinos also exist outside of Las Vegas. Many of you have them in your districts. And yet this bill inexplicably cuts funding for FinCEN by $24.1 million. That means fewer experts reviewing these reports and more criminals getting away with taking advantage of our local businesses and consumers, whether Las Vegas casinos or elsewhere. The bill also cuts $5.4 million from the high-intensity drug trafficking areas program. This decision is baffling to me. At a time when so many counties, including Clark County and 32 others across jurisdictions in your districts and states, need more funding, not less, to combat the drug trafficking that is driving the overdose epidemic devastating our communities. Further, allowing financial criminals to get away with hiding, embezzling, and laundering their money means less tax revenue for states and less money for programs that support our residents. So if fiscal responsibility is our goal, defunding these programs, which are key to cracking down on financial crimes, is short-sighted and doesn't make sense. This means these cuts means that criminals win, and in our cases, casinos and our constituents lose. This bill is a far cry from what my district, Southern Nevada, needs, from what all of our district needs, whether red, purple, blue. So with that, I urge my colleagues to stand against this bill, especially those, my colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle who have talked a lot about the need to address criminal activity. Instead, let's work together and put forward a common sense funding package that would actually make our community safer. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Morelli is recognized.
You, Madam Chair. I'd also like to join in thanks to Chairman Womack and Ranking Member Hoyer, as well as you, Madam Chair, and Ranking Member DeLauro for all the staff that worked on this. I can only imagine the amount of time and effort it takes to put these complex bills together, and our staff deserve a lot of credit for all the work that they do. While I have deep concerns with a number of provisions in this bill, which have been articulated by my colleagues, including cuts hampering the IRS's ability to reduce its backlog and the FTC's ability to protect consumers from scams and other anti-competitive practices, I'd like to spend just a couple of minutes discussing the importance of funding for our elections. As ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, I regularly engage with the Federal Election Commission and the Election Assistance Commission, and I see firsthand the need for adequate resources to state and local election officials across the country, and repeatedly hear from folks on the ground that one of the most significant needs in election administration is robust and consistent funding. Federal investment in elections is irregular, unpredictable, and insufficient. Estimates for what it would cost to adequately fund elections over the next decade are in the billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. President Biden's budget called for investing $5 billion over the next 10 years, and I fully support the president's request. Provisions in this bill come up woefully short. Instead of providing the needed increase in funding for the Federal Election Commission and the Election Assistance Commission, it is significantly cut by the majority, damaging our democracy and harming the ability for voters to participate in the political process. During this time in particular of rampant election-related mis- and disinformation, with voters bearing a growing burden of having to sort fact from fiction, the role of the Election Assistance Commission is more important than ever. They are a trusted clearinghouse of information and resources, providing voters with the resources they urgently need and ensuring election officials have the tools to educate voters and conduct safe and secure elections in an ever-changing environment. They also provide assistance as election officials face growing threats and partners with other federal agencies to address critical infrastructure needs. The Federal Election Commission provides essential oversight over our campaign finance system, helping provide voters with transparency in who is funding political campaigns and who bring accountability to those who violate the law. Strong disclosure requirements can help educate voters and promote informed decision-making in the electoral process. But without adequate resources to actually enforce these requirements, the FEC will be unable to properly guard against the influence of dark money in our political system. Madam Chair and Mr. Chairman of the subcommittee, I'm disappointed we appear to be heading in the wrong direction with the measure before us. I'll continue to fight to provide robust funding for elections as an investment in protecting democracy, empowering election officials to do their good work, and to approve and modernize federal elections. Few things in my judgment could be more important in a 21st century democracy. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard a lot of conversation around IRS and the funding that's being pulled in and the audit of taxpayers. And I will be submitting for the record 2 reports from TRAC, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit data research center from Syracuse University. The first report is titled IRS Audits Few Millionaires, but Targeted Many low-income families in fiscal year 2022. And the second, the IRS audits poorest families at 5 times the rate for everyone else. The argument being made here is that we need more money for the IRS to go after quote unquote tax cheats. The reality is, if you make under $25,000 a year, you are at a significantly higher risk of being audited than almost any other taxpayer. Why? Earned income tax credit. The IRS audits are going after those low-income families that are claiming those credits. Now, the second piece of this, it is much easier for an IRS agent or auditor to go after a low-income family or individual than it is to go after these high-income earners. Cases are easier. Many more of them are filed. It's a matter of resources, allocating resources properly. The IRS doesn't need more money. They need to figure out how they're going to allocate the resources they already have. But why we're focused on going after low-income families, hardworking Americans, many of which are in my district, is beyond me. And the narrative that we keep hearing is that we need to go after millionaires and billionaires. Look, the data shows in these reports that those narratives are false. So I encourage my colleagues to read the fine print, do the research, and understand what the tax implication the IRS agents that are being proposed really does. I support the bill entirely. I thank the chairman for his work on this important legislation, and I yield the balance of
Will
my
the gentlelady yield? Will the gentlelady yield?
I will.
Thank you. I think the gentlelady certainly has a point. The percentage of audits of low-income people is higher. Why is it higher? It's a lot cheaper, it's a lot easier. And because so many people yell, they're cheating on the AITC, we need to really check them out, these poor people. We may get approximately 96 cents, 5,096 cents in return. In other words, just about even to audit those. And the reason you don't get more and you see a substantial reduction in the high income is because they're very complex and very difficult. And you need expert people who really have experience. And you need enough of them to be able to handle this kind of a return. And if you don't have the people, there were 85,000 people working for the IRS in 1982. There are now 71,000 people. And this army of 87,000 that you guys talk about all the time does not exist.
Will the gentleman yield?
I certainly, it's your time.
I reclaim
So
my
you
time.
can reclaim it.
Thank you. I'm the new kid here, so. Well, I understand your point. What I would also, I think, remind you is that the number of auditors hasn't changed. And if you look at the data, the number of millionaires that was actually being audited several years ago was higher with the same number of tax agents than happening today, to the tune of about 5,000. So why are we auditing less millionaires with the same number of agents today than we were years ago? These are still complicated tax returns regardless.
I don't know what studies you're referring to. Those are inconsistent with the figures I have. And the chart that I showed you showed that you've gone from 9% being audited. Why? Because you went from 85,000 people down to 71,000, 15,000 people, while the GDP substantially escalated and the number of tax returns went up by multi-tens of millions. So you had a lot more things to do, a lot fewer people to do it.
Thank you.
and
I'm
therefore
going to
they came
reclaim my
down.
time at this point.
I think you're running out of time, but very quickly. Since the last number of years, the IRS, even with restrained budgets, have technologically changed over significantly on e-filing, on tax returns, especially on high-income individuals. There's hardly zero high-income individuals who file paper returns at this point. It's all e-verify, and through artificial intelligence, which they're using now, they can document both their income and expenses extremely efficiently. And then they define that in using their algorithms, determine who they are going to audit. So they're targeting those audits much more effectively and much more efficiently than they have in the past. And they're having better results because of it, of the people they choose to audit. Now, almost all large corporations right now, if you follow the financial news, Google, Twitter, Facebook, all of them, are eliminating thousands of employees. Why? Because they're going to technology that eliminates a number of analysts, a number of people that were pushing paper in the past. Technology has changed. It's not the number of personnel that matters. It's how you use those personnel to get the most efficient outcome. So I think we should change that debate. It's not people. It's how you use the technology to have the best outcome. And I think we can have a lot less tax cheats, a lot better return on our capital if we're using it properly. So I appreciate the gentlelady yielding. Thank you.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Mr.
Hoyer.
Espia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wrong one, I think. We got,
This bill that makes it very difficult for agencies to do their job and easier for wealthy taxpayers to, and I use the word taxpayer loosely, pay their fair share. Now, very often when we get into numerical arguments and mathematical arguments, as scientific as they may sound, it muddles up the reality of this argument. And many across the aisle have asserted that we are against people that make money. We're not against people that make money, but they must pay their fair taxes. You know, they cannot continue to pay less taxes than a teacher, a nurse, a police officer, a firefighter. It's simply un-American for that to happen. And people who cannot get things done out there come to Congress looking for relief. And so let me say to you, let me go back to what many have characterized here as wasteful spending, because the debate has been made here also that it is revenue versus what wasteful spending. Let me just go back to some of the work that we've done in the past week or so and what we're about to do and what may be characterized by the other side of the aisle as wasteful spending. Baby formula. That seems to be wasteful spending. It was cut. Head Start, which clearly the word says it, Head Start, it gives kids a head start and is the most successful surviving programs from the 60s. Daycare, which allows women, working mom and dads to go to work and ignite the economy. Even the Latino Museum has not survived. The Latino Museum that features Cesar, not Caesar, Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huertas, many have characterized their story as critical race theory. Even the Latinization of baseball. Many of you pay the high price tickets with your grandkids to go see Big Papi play on the field, and you cheer for him, but you don't want the Latino Museum to highlight his contribution to the national pastime. Not even the history of the great Roberto Clemente, who, by the way, his books are being banned in Florida as we speak because he spoke about Jim Crow and segregation in the South. Although many today feel his numbers should be retired from baseball. That's critical race theory to you. So that's what you try to ban, and that's what you call wasteful spending. I say that it's not wasteful spending, that it is a lack of revenue. Now, yesterday, one of my esteemed colleagues illustrated us and talked about a now critically acclaimed film, This Is the Army, and it featured former President Ronald Reagan. And it is deeply rooted in trickle-down economy proposed by Ronald Reagan to give massive tax break to the rich. That's where you began your frenzy of giving a break to Wall Street against Main Street. And that's what this about. This is not about wasteful spending. This is about our inability for decades upon decades to collect the taxes that we are entitled to collect from the very rich that continue to steal from government. And so today, we hear from you, and you say that this is about wasteful spending. We say that it is about not getting the revenue that we must get from the richest companies in the world, while we continue to tax nurses and teachers and police officers and firefighters. That's fundamentally unfair and un-American, Madam Chair. And for that reason, I will be voting against this and asking my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield my time to Leader Hoyer.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding. I once again thank the gentlelady for yielding. Just to respond to the statistics that have been mentioned, we have not funded properly, as Redding has testified before the Finance Committee, the modernization of their computer equipment, artificial intelligence aside. So that what the gentleman's proposition seems to be is that they now can do this more work that they have, clearly because A, a lot more income, B, a lot more files, with very substantial less people to do the work. When as I explained to the gentlelady, the intensity in terms of personnel that are needed to do these whether they are electronically filed, they're the same volume of information in a different form, is needed to analyze, determine whether or not, in fact, taxes were due and owing on deductions that were claimed or not. And when Rettig, these are not my figures, this is the Trump-appointed IRS commissioner, says that we're leaving $500 billion left on the table because people are not honestly paying the taxes that they owe. We're not going after any, I agree with the gentleman from Pennsylvania, we're not going after people who legitimately make a lot of money because they make a lot of money. That would be absurd to do. We want people to make a lot of money. We want them to establish businesses and hire people and make good profits. That's what we're trying to do. And as a matter of fact, they're doing that a lot more over the last 2 years than they were doing. But I tell the gentleman that when you go from 85,000 with substantially less returns, tens of millions less returns, to 71,000, and you reduce one more time in this bill the revenue ability of collecting ability of the IRS for legitimately, legally owed taxes. That's left on the table is not stuff that people are claiming legitimate deductions. I agree with the gentleman who said, look, if you don't like the law, change it.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
What the comment I wanted to make is we should be spending money on transformation at the Internal Revenue Service rather than just personnel. We shouldn't be focused on personnel. We should be rapidly transforming the Internal Revenue Service to new technology. And the technology is uncomfortable to some, but that's where we're going. Twitter went from 9,000 employees to 2,000 employees. If you look across the entire industry, that's where we're going. It's not personnel, it's how we use modern technology. I'll guarantee you, you are not going to be able to escape cheating in the future very rapidly because all income, all revenue, all sources of revenue, we can track that very rapidly and very effectively. We should be doing it, by the way. I agree with on drug enforcement with the cartel movement on how much money they're laundering, about $300 billion a year, folks.
We're claiming my time because I want to have a little bit of time to respond to what you're saying is The thought that we need technology is absolutely correct. The thought that we can reduce personnel required to accomplish the job before that technology in place is absolutely wrong. I yield back.
Ms. Lee?
Ms. Lee of California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just say how this bill and this debate really highlights why there is so much income inequality in the United States and how corporate greed has been such a driver of this. I would like to yield now to the balance of my time to our ranking member, Rosa DeLauro.
I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding time. And there was someone, I guess, who spoke a moment ago about how we needed to deal with tax reform. I could not agree more, and I would be happy to work with people on tax reform. But we currently have a Ways and Means Committee in which we have really House Republican members are blocking everything that would deal with closing the loopholes. Let's work together to deal with this issue because it is very, very serious. This is the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. Numbers are not being made up. 55 corporations paid zero in federal taxes on 2020 profits, and their total corporate tax breaks for 2020 came to $12 billion. Imagine what we could do with $12 billion in terms of some of these areas that we're struggling now. We all think they're good investments, but we can't do it because the money isn't there to do it. $12 billion. I also want to repeat what I said at the outset. This comes from the Institution, again, on Taxation and Economic Policy, ITEP. These are the 39 corporations who have avoided paying federal taxes. We didn't compile those numbers. Some of the biggest corporations in the nation, Duke Energy, FedEx, Archer Daniels Midland, Cabot Oil and Gas, go down the list. And as I said, another 73 who paid less than half. This is not paying your fair share. This is paying your financial obligation. This is why we want to sidestep this part of the issue with regard to the deficit. It's really unclear. And it doesn't tell the story from both sides. Yes, you want to deal with looking at spending. On the other hand, we are ignoring $12 billion on the one hand, and probably even more than that. That certainly would allow us to deal with a deficit and with the ability to provide the services and the programs that allow people in this country to take care of themselves, their economic security for themselves and for their families. I yield back, and I thank the gentlelady for the time.
Setting no other. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I would like to recognize Chairman Womack to offer a manager's amendment.
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment Number 1, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Chairman Womack is recognized.
I'll be very brief. This is a bipartisan manager's amendment, which includes non-controversial bill and report language, additions from members on both sides of the aisle, as has already been discussed here this morning. I want to thank Ranking Member Hoyer for his work with us on this amendment and commend it to your support. Thank you.
Mr. Hoyer is recognized.
We support the amendment.
I recognize Chairman Womack for 1 minute to close.
Recommend adoption. I yield back.
The questions on the amendment, all of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Okay.
Are there any further amendments? Mr. Pocan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and asked to waive reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is an amendment that would fix the provision in the bill that takes away the ability for the IRS to have free filing, electronic filing, for our constituents. Right now, we know that there are 1.7 million hours per year and $33 billion spent in the country just preparing tax returns. And the IRS has tried to, in efficiency, and as Mr. Calvert said, using technology instead of employees, trying to have this software available so that we can save our constituents considerable amounts of money. It's to file taxes instead of going through private firms. It's a pilot program that would save millions of families money every single year. And I know that many of you have committed to your constituents that you won't raise taxes. This is a way to help them do that because we can save them money in their pockets every single year in filing taxes if we were to allow them to do this. But even more important, just yesterday, there was a report that came out over on the Senate side that showed some of the current big firms that allow our constituents to pay to file their taxes has put in code into their online tax prep software that gives sensitive financial and personal information to Meta and Google, big online presences. That includes information that could be names, emails, addresses, levels of income, marital status, if they had certain assets, their investments, charitable contributions, alimony, what tax credits or deductions were claimed, how much in student loans someone paid, and the list goes on and on and on. Obviously, that is a huge overreach that I don't think any of us support, to have a company secretly doing that when people are filing returns, didn't even know that information was happening. But that's the problem with the current system. When there's only a few big firms out there that allow people to do filing, you're going to have bad behavior. And we've seen this throughout social media. IRS is trying to do something that allows our constituents to save money by just simply filing with a service that they would put out there, simple software. I mean, this shouldn't be a Democratic issue, shouldn't be a Republican issue, shouldn't be an independent issue. This should be a, do we like our constituents issue, or do we hate our constituents issue? And that's the bottom line. For all the talk and debate around the IRS, if there's one thing I will bet we could get to the percent of people who like puppies in this country, it would be, would you like to pay less to file your taxes? I think the answer would be yes. And we can do that by allowing the IRS to do just that. But unfortunately, this bill takes away that provision. So this amendment would take that away, would allow us to save our constituents money, protect their data from these big companies. And honestly, I can't think of great arguments against it. I would hope that we could do this to help our constituents. And I urge support of the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Womack is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to speak against the amendment. The gentleman who just spoke mentioned some, how the current process is not perfect. I think he's right about that. But let's also then look at what the proposal of this amendment does. It basically would say that the IRS then is the solution. So if you're looking at protecting data, oh, the IRS has such a great record of protecting data, doesn't it, right? If you want to help folks do things in a timely fashion, oh, the IRS is the solution for helping people process their returns in a timely process. So while I acknowledge that there are problems and we need to continue to make sure that we stay on top of, those individuals, those companies, those groups out there that provide this service for free for our constituents. The concept that the IRS is the solution, well, I think I don't need to say anything more. Let's vote this amendment down. I yield back.
Mr. Hoyer is recognized.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. And very frankly, the previous speaker evidenced the animosity and animus that exists directed at the IRS. And Mr. Calvert indicated a little earlier about how we get technology and make things faster, and gee whiz, the corporations are all filing theirs electronically. What the gentleman's amendment says is, let's have the technology that allows them to do it with the IRS for free. Of course, the argument against that, the IRS is not a good agency. So what do? We cut their funding. Because we can get them some technology which does not now exist. Or the technology may exist, IRS doesn't have it. So I agree with, I can't understand opposition to this amendment. However, I want you to think of why this is in this bill. Who benefits from this position? Think about it. The people who charge people to file their returns. Think about it. Vote yes.
Mr. Amade is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fair enough. Who benefits? Fair question. Everybody should think about it. Another word that you should think about is control. Who benefits? What is the benefit to having cradle-to-grave control over your tax return? Now, I'm not here to advocate for any of the private tax preparers or anything else like that. But I'll tell you this. When it comes time to look at it, it's like, hey, the IRS is a bad group. It's like, nobody's ever loved them. You're right, Mr. Ranking Member. I absolutely agree with you. But this is an interesting time to say, we ought to do this thing. And by the way, look at who's behind it. I mean, you look at who's proposing it, and you're like, what's the matter with you guys? It's like, well, look who's behind it, back at you. Because, and I won't go through it because we don't need that here today for this discussion. I'll just say this. It is not a necessity when it comes time to file your tax return for some of the people that my colleague from Oklahoma referred to say, turn it all over to these folks. They're here to help you. Especially when they're showing up at your door these days. Isolated incident, I'll grant you that. Remember that an outfit called the Tea Party? Remember how their filings went, like a zillion years ago? So while I respect the work that they have to do, and it's not something that's going to win anybody a popularity contest, when we talk about the policy of giving this agency, basically, you combine all three functions of government. You got legislative, you got executive, and you got judicial. Holy macronoli, they kind of got charge of all three of them. Don't put me through that process. If I want somebody else to help me prepare my thing, and we have stuff that says don't be predatory and whatever, yeehaw. I'm just saying, speaking only for one lone voice from the sticks out west, I think, here you go. Choice is a healthy thing when it comes to your tax return. Have a nice day. Good morning, and I yield back. Afternoon, whatever it is.
Mark.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Nobody has to do it.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chairman. I want to go to the prior speaker, to my friend Congressman Diaz-Balart. And you talked about the IRS, and it's, you know, it has a negative connotation. I am the author of the child tax credit, which came through the American Rescue Plan. And it was my view at the time with the child tax credit that the current child tax credit that was in place was providing a check to people only at the end of the year. No one pays their bills at the end of a year. You pay your bills on a monthly basis. So I went to the IRS, and there were a lot of naysayers that said to me, you can't get this done. You can't get this done. They're never going to be able to do it. The bill was passed in January. We're going to try to get checks out in July. It can't be done. Not only was it done with regard to the child tax credit, on a monthly basis with 97% accuracy. I don't make up the numbers. 97% accuracy. And I will just say about the child tax credit, because I never let an opportunity go by without speaking about it. The most successful piece of federal legislation that we have seen in years lifted nearly half of children in this country out of poverty, reduced the rate of hunger by 26%. And where people said that folks would not work if they did this, not true. Again, the statistics showed that people used the tax credit to pay for childcare so that they could go to work, to put food on the table. So you might want to stand there and denigrate the IRS, but I can tell you, with one of these most successful pieces of federal legislation, their work and their competence made this program the success that it is. And I rise in support of Congressman Pocan's amendment. It says, let's move forward with the IRS. It's free, it's simplified, it's a direct file tool. They can do this. They did this with a brand new program that they had to start from scratch. It's about helping hardworking individuals. It's about helping families. They don't have the team of lawyers that the corporations do with the complexity of a tax return. They need something simplified and something free that they can be able to do. But you've got to, if you're more interested in providing tax breaks to the billionaires and those 39 corporations that pay no taxes and the 73 that only pay partially on their taxes, let us be able to find those folks in terms of auditing them, but let's allow people who have a simple tax return, as we've established, to be able to do that. That's what the direct file tool will do. They can do it directly. And it's free if they choose, saving upwards of $250, which is often more than the value of their tax credits. You know, I would note it was reported yesterday that 3 major tax preparation firms shared extraordinarily sensitive information, including the sources of the taxpayer's income, their tax deductions and exemptions, with Facebook and Google, so these companies could target advertising at users. This is not the most recent wrongdoing. This past May, TurboTax was required to pay $141 million after they tricked our constituents into paying for tax preparation when it was supposed to be free. All the more reason we should deal with supporting the IRS's development of direct file. We shouldn't be blocking it. Our constituents need to know that their personal information is safeguarded. If you want to make it easier for constituents to file their taxes, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of Mr. Pocan's amendment, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Rutherford is recognized.
Chair, I would like to use an old quote from President Ronald Reagan. I'm with the government and I'm here to help. Those were the 9 most terrifying words spoken. And back in 2012, there was a lot of discussion up here on the Hill, actually, about a group, a caucus that was being formed called the Yellow Pages Caucus. Now, a lot of folks in the room may not remember what Yellow Pages are, but Yellow Pages is where you used to go in the phone book to find businesses. And the Yellow Pages Caucus was simply the concept that if I can go to the Yellow Pages and I can find a business that's performing a function, the federal government ought not be doing it. Why are we going to get into competition with a private industry? I don't understand that. And I think this is one of those cases where the Yellow Pages Caucus would say, not this time. I yield back.
Mr. Pocan is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might add that the Yellow Pages have gone the way of the dinosaur as well. We don't really use that, but that's another discussion. Look, I think if there's any debate that shows what's wrong with how the public looks at Washington, it's this. This is merely providing an option for our constituents to not pay a private company to have to file their taxes and to then share their most private data. And instead of just doing what we should do to enable that, we're going to stick up for these companies that do this and then covertly give away our most private information. This doesn't make a lot of sense. I think you should raise this at a town hall and ask people. I think you'll find people like free and they'd like to be able to file their taxes this way. I think we should at least allow the IRS to proceed, and I hope you'll support my amendment. I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Pocan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number is in support. A record vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, no. Mrs. Bice.
No.
Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Ms. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner. Ms. Lee of California.
Aye.
Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Carl is not recorded. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. LaTurner is not recorded. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Frankel is not recorded. Ms. Frankel is yes. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton is not recorded. Ms. Wexton, yes.
I bet he was sent back in the room. I bet there's a record there somewhere for talking too much. Yeah.
Hey, did you see the text message I sent you? I'm in the committee and talk.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change the vote? The clerk will tally.
The condolence letter that we did yesterday.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 30. The amendment is not adopted. Now, are there any other further amendments? Mr. Womack. Mhm.
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment Number 2, the Republican managers en bloc.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed.
By the way, I do ask for unanimous consent that it be considered as read, so thank you very much for reading my mind there. Before you is the Republican Manager's Amendment, which modifies the underlying bill that was reported out of subcommittee. This represents a collection of responsible provisions by my colleagues that further realign the agencies under our jurisdiction to better focus their efforts on their true statutory missions. The amendment holds CFIUS accountable to Congress by simply affording to this committee the right to a classified briefing. The amendment includes important guardrails around funding for the FTC's Bureau of Competition. Further, a provision is included to protect and safeguard data and personally identifiable information known as PII at the SEC. The amendment furthers the fiscal transparency available through USA spending, enhancing the value of this tool for taxpayers. Also requires a report from the SBA on the economic impact of all rules issued by the SBA over the last 2 years. Simply put, this is a package of provisions that we think are reasonably responsible, and I ask for your support for this amendment and yield back.
I was calling, checking on that Juanita Covington condolence letter.
You ready? Who's doing? Mr. Hoyer is recognized.
Madam Chair, I will rise in opposition to this amendment. There are some things in it that I think are useful, but too many things in I think are not useful. Obviously, all of us are concerned about what the Chinese are doing, what investments they're making in the United States, and what investments we're making in China. I think those are, from my standpoint, if that's all this was, we may have been able to reach agreement on it. I just saw it this morning, as the chairman knows. But let me speak to some of the other matters that are in this manager's amendment, which I think are not useful. One of which is, of course, the District of Columbia Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment. Now, we've acted on that in the House. The Senate acted on it. So I think one could argue that, look, you may have an opinion on that one way or the other. What you can't argue is, however, the people of the District of Columbia elected their representatives. They sent them to the District of Columbia headquarters, and they voted. And the mayor vetoed the bill, as some recall. So there was a difference in that. So I think you could argue that. But here, let me tell you, this amendment, which includes that an individual who has a valid weapons carry permit from any United States state or territory may possess and carry a concealed handgun in the area governed by the District of Columbia, Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, or the Washington Metropolitan Transit Authority. I think all of you have seen the crimes that have been committed on metros throughout the country. But the concept that no matter what the rules are in any other state, that those folks can carry a concealed weapon of what may be whatever type into Washington, D.C. is a January 6th concern. And we ought to all believe that the Second Amendment does not necessarily cover that, as the Supreme Court has said. Which is why you can put guns in schools, but not in the nation's capital, according to this amendment. We've seen carnage in too many places. That alone, I think, would justify opposition to this amendment. Then there is an interesting addition to this, which is somebody has asked for. I'm not sure who has, but we're talking about efficiency. Mr. Calvert and I had a little discussion. Ms. Tyson and I had a little discussion. I had a longer discussion about the efficiency and needs of the FBI. But let me tell you why it's hard sometimes to affect efficiencies. The last, I don't know whether it's actually the last in the written amendment, but I have on my amendment, is that, and I may support the concept, but you ought to understand the ramifications. The post office is trying to be more efficient, so apparently there's a rural post office they think is not very efficient. So they want to shut it down. So what does this do? Let's hold it. Let's find out. I don't know whose this is. It really doesn't matter. But what it is undermining the ability of the post office to do what it thinks is an efficient operation of its own. Now, I represent a lot of rural areas. That'll surprise some of you. And I may raise that issue. But I hope you see how contradictory it is to many of the arguments you're making about We can cut this and cut that and cut there, but not on my backyard. So I would hope that we would oppose this. I just saw it, as I said, as I walked in here. And I know the chairman's under a lot of pressure. Well, all the chairmans are. When I was chairman, I was under the same pressures, so I understand that. But if it were the concealed carry provision only in this bill, but it also undermines competition, I think. We talk about competition in free markets and capitalist system. Antitrust is undermined in this manager's amendment. And what does antitrust mean? In capitalism left to its own, General Motors could have driven everybody out of the car business in the 1950s. And not now, they got a lot of competition. Why? Because we had antitrust. So I would urge a negative vote on the manager's amendment.
Mr. Lauro is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the chairman's en bloc amendment. Among what I view as a laundry list of bad ideas included in this amendment, and one I will not talk about, but there's a piece in there about going after public education, but we'll leave that aside. But what I want to bring to attention is the attempt in this amendment to deny and delay the administration's efforts to screen outbound investments to countries of concern, chiefly China and Russia, to protect our national security and American jobs. In every single markup before this committee thus far, I have heard my colleagues talk at great length about their desire to be tough on China. The Republican amendment before us says in plain English, let's give China and corporations a free pass at the expense of American workers. I am the lead author of the bipartisan, I repeat, bipartisan National Critical Capabilities Defense Act, of which the administration's expected executive order is partially inspired by, and so far, none of the so-called China hawks on this committee have signed on. I ask, what are you afraid of? We know of China's willingness to weaponize supply chains, and we must eliminate critical vulnerabilities. You turn a blind eye to the problem. My constituents, your constituents, want to know that their government is looking over the shoulders of our companies to see if they are continuing to outsource capabilities, to offshore jobs to China and other countries of concern that actually increase our dependence and our vulnerability. From military capabilities to supply chain dependencies, like the medicines that our people need, we cannot continue down the path we're on. Our constituents do want to see a change and not more of the same. And what the Critical Capabilities Defense Act would do is to say, let's have a review commission that if a company, an industry is going to take its products offshore, that in fact they have to come before the commission in order to talk about what could be the problem with the supply chain. I mean, for instance, when what we found during the pandemic, that almost over 90% of the active ingredients in our drugs was coming from China or from India. Why do we want to continue to move in that direction and allow that continued offshoring and not wanting to deal with how we're trying to produce these products here, and have a commission that would review it and be able to judge whether or not this is going to hurt our supply chain or our ability or decrease our dependence for medicines or other needs. And with that, so I'm in opposition. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Mr. Womack is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Briefly, I just want to thank my colleagues for their input. Respectfully, I will disagree. I do think that the en bloc amendment that we're voting on here is sound and should be supported by the committee. And with that, I yield back and recommend a yes vote, yield back the balance of my time.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Womack. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
I'll ask for a roll call.
Roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number is in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will now call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Mr. Laro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, yes. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. Laturner. Mr. Laturner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, nay. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye. Okay. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, yes. Okay. Ms. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, yes. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, yes. Next, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, yes. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, yes.
Mark.
No.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Ms. Wexton.
You're pretty persuasive for a while.
Ms. Wexton, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
What do you think, Pete? We need a whip operation.
Did she come in? No. Did Wexton come in? Okay, good. Yeah, sure. Okay, then I'll go. I will do. I will. Okay.
On this vote, the ayes are 33, the noes are 27. The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair. I've got an amendment at the desk, Madam Chair. Amendment at the desk, Madam Chair.
Recess for lunch. We'll be back at what time?
Votes.
After votes. So we'll have.
Subject to the call.
I didn't know that was
Say
good.
subject to the call.
Subject to the call of the chair. Thank you.
You're causing problems. You need to think about that.
I'll pass you the $5, I promise.
All the trash talking is going to make him back down.
Yeah. That's why they'll let me go first now. Probably.
Play it straight. If you voted for this, it's a good idea. But he was right. He was right. People are always like, you don't understand my politics.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask for the reading to be dispensed with as well, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. This is Aguilar amendment that is in front of you. And I will keep this relatively brief. First, I want to thank the chair of the full committee and the chair of the subcommittee for their work. I know this is no easy task. We all know this is no easy task pulling these bills together. I hope there was a chance that these bills could be signed into law, and we know that there are some hurdles and some steps in the way, and that we're going to all work together to make that happen in the future. I also appreciate the chair's indulgence. She wanted to make sure that there were all of our colleagues here and present to pay attention to this eloquent speech, which is why we recessed. Before. I'm certain. Madam Chair, this is a similar language to an amendment that I offered a couple weeks ago. This is very simple. There are individuals with DACA status in our country. They are recognized DACA status, and they are prohibited. My amendment before was about the prohibition against them working here in Congress. This is a little more expansive, and is because they live under the prohibition against them working for the federal government as well. So we're talking all of the USG federal government positions. So a food inspector, someone who is qualified to be a food inspector in Amarillo, Texas, which is a position that is open right now, or a FEMA specialist who can work on disasters in Florida or in Arizona or in California. Those are the types of positions that individuals with DACA status are prohibited from applying for. And this amendment is pretty simple. It would allow them to fill critical workforce positions within the federal government, irrespective of the status that they offer. It's just that simple. This is an amendment, by the way, for those colleagues who have been here a number of years. This is an amendment that passed when Republicans had the gavels by voice years ago. This language was embedded in the language that the Democratic majority had in the bills for 4 years, the 4 years previously. So for 5 out of the last 6 years, this amendment has either been in the base bill or it is passed by voice. This is similar language. This is nothing new. This is about providing an opportunity for young people in this country who are here, who are Americans in every other way except a single piece of paper, for them to serve critical workforce needs and to work for the federal government. That young individual who is a doctor or researcher at UCLA, should that individual be allowed to work for NIH? Should that individual be allowed to study and to work for the federal government? That's what this is about. That's what this amendment is about. I would encourage your support. I would encourage your I vote. This is very similar language to what we had a couple weeks ago. This is similar. This is the exact same language as we've had in the years past that has had bipartisan support. I would appreciate your support, and thank you so much. Yield back, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, with the highest amount of respect for my friend, Mr. Aguilar, I rise in opposition of the gentleman's amendment. And look, I respect and appreciate this issue. This is a tough issue. And in many respects, it's sad, really sad, that we are in this situation still, because there are a lot of other issues related to the immigration phenomenon that this Congress has punted down through the years. And I remember well, back in 2018, remember the Goodlatte legislation that came before us, a golden opportunity for us to do a number of things that would have prevented the necessity for doing what we're doing here today. But sadly, we just haven't done that. And that's, I think that's related to what I said in my opening statement today when I talked about the brokenness of our budget process. We are just simply not doing the job that the people in our respective districts sent us up here to do. But in my heart of hearts, as much as I have a heart for DACA folks, and I have them in my district, I don't believe that this is the proper place for us to be addressing this piece of immigration policy. The roughly 580,000 DACA recipients in the U.S. currently don't have this official legal status or pathway, and I would love for them, I would love for us to figure out a way to bring relief to this situation. And while I can't support the gentleman's amendment, I do share his sentiment that Congress overall should work together to resolve the DACA program, including federal employment opportunities. So regretfully, seriously, regretfully, I would urge a no vote on the amendment and encourage the Congress of the United States to get about the business of dealing with these very sensitive matters once and for all. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have great respect for the chairman, as you know, and he's my good friend. I disagree with his reasoning here. If we can't do it all, let's do nothing. We talked about this before. 85% of the American people have said they think that the DACA designated individuals ought to have a pathway to citizenship. 85%. Brought here as children, pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Believe this is their country. This is not what we ought to be doing. I think the chairman's absolutely right. We need comprehensive immigration reform. Our system's broken. I think if we had a vote on that, if it wasn't 34-27, it would be unanimous, 61-0. This is an opportunity for us to take a step to say to those individuals brought to this country through no action of their own, and who believe that they are Americans. This is a small step, but small steps are good steps. Kennedy said, of course, I guess it's really a Chinese proverb, that the step, the 1,000 miles, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. I think if we took this step, everybody would get an opportunity to see and talk to and notice and observe the commitment of these young people to this country and to this work and the work ethic that they have. It's a small step, but it's a step we ought to take. I urge an aye.
Thank you for recognizing me. My leader has spoken to my agents. Thank you.
Colleague, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the chairman of the subcommittee for his comments. We've had a lot of these conversations in the past. I agree with the ranking member of this committee, though. We can't do everything, and in this committee, we can't. This isn't a judiciary committee. I totally respect that. But you shouldn't be able to stand in front of your constituents and to tell them that you're doing everything you can to help an individual with DACA status if you vote no. The only way you can do that, the only way you can look someone in the eye and to tell them that you are willing to help, even if it's just a small step, is by voting yes on this amendment. I encourage your yes support. Thank you.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, yes. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, yes. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. Laturner. Mr. Laturner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Case is not recorded. Mr. Case, aye.
On this vote, could I have your attention? On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 20.
30.
I'm sorry, on this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are
30.
30. Oh, that's never happened. The amendment is not adopted. It's 30-30. Before we go further, this was a very unusual situation. All right. All right, you've withdrawn. I would just, let me say that this is a very serious situation where this is something that we haven't experienced in our lifetime, for have this influx of people that don't have a place to live and whatever. So I think it would be very awkward to say, yes, we're going forward right now. But I think there is there are a number of people here that have experience, and we should be doing more, and we should be listening more to figure out what we can do. It's my opinion. I'm not asking for you to vote yes or no, but we're in a very difficult situation, and it's really heartbreaking in many places. So if you're interested in doing that, then let me know afterwards, and let's now move on with this. Okay. Are there any further amendments? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It has to be considered read.
Good.
I'll be brief. This amendment adds 2 sentences of report language, simply asking the Executive Office for the President to coordinate with relevant agencies to review existing state cannabis regulatory frameworks. By asking them to create such an assessment of these state systems, we as lawmakers will be better equipped to consider policies that align tax frameworks and improve public health and safety. Our failure to do so, each state has done this independently. Some states have had better results than others. Certainly, I think my dear friend, Representative Cole, can attest to what happened in Oklahoma. I can attest to what happened in Ohio or Florida or other states. We should have one similar regulatory framework that we need to develop. And that's what I'm asking, is to at least gather the information from these other states so we have the ability to look at it, should cannabis ever become legal nationwide.
Here. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to support my friend's amendment and also reinforce what he had to say about our experience in Oklahoma. We really, this came by popular referendum. Most people didn't understand what was behind it. People did not prepare for it. We didn't have a regulatory framework. The people that were promoting the use basically wrote, well, and we turned into the Wild West of marijuana. And I say this as somebody that did not vote for it. And later, and this was a medical marijuana initiative, later it actually failed on going beyond, I think partly because the regulatory experience was so bad in Oklahoma. So whichever side of the issue you're on, my friend's amendment, I think, is really important. So having adequate information and adequate understanding of what the regulatory issues are would have done our state real good. And if you're pro-marijuana, probably you might have got a general use out of it. But again, I think there was such a reaction
in Oklahoma. It just, again, this is a very thoughtful, I think, helpful kind of way, because this is here whether we like it or not, and understanding the appropriate way to regulate it and how to deal with it and educating the public about it, I think is a very valuable contribution. So I would urge support of my friend's amendment.
And I appreciate the comments of my colleague from Oklahoma as well as from Maryland. It's with a great amount of humility that I stand up to speak about any amendment that the gentleman from Ohio proposes. However, I would say, in trying to be collegial, which is difficult for me in this instance, that it's a little skinny. That's probably a bad word, but anyhow, it's a little skinny. Going on the Oklahoma theme, and by the way, my state, it's legal, and there's billboards that talk about visiting Dr. Reefer in Las Vegas and all that stuff, which I blame on Congresswoman Lee, but that's not for this hearing. But I'll say this, the situation is, it's a step in the right direction, to use that phrase again. But when we look at how we regulate alcohol as a federal government, and how we tax alcohol, and how we govern the distribution of alcohol, to look at what the federal government is doing, and I know Schedule 1's floating around out there, but who cares at this point in time? To not deal with it comprehensively, I support the amendment, but it's like, here it is, turn the cameras off, here's a Republican standing up going, everybody else is taxing it, where's our piece? You want to help balance the budget, ladies and gentlemen? Where's our piece of this that is completely untaxed federally? And where's the federal regulation for this product, which it richly deserves? So I guess that's a good first step. I will reluctantly support it because of my personal animosity towards the author, but we really ought to think about finishing up the job. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Joyce is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that less than thoughtful assist, if you will, from my dear friend from Nevada, who has been very wise about this, saying that, you know, places like this should be treated like casinos. Everybody's hand on the table, should be taxed and regulated, should make sure kids don't get it, should make sure the proper research done. We've done none of that federally. We've just turned a blind eye to it, and I'm afraid the federal government's going to end up like the state of Oklahoma, and I urge its adoption. Thank you.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Joyce. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. We'll call for a vote. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, the amendment is not adopted. We're going to do that instead of vote on it.
I don't see enough support for a roll call.
Okay.
So it's not adopted. Okay. Okay.
Mrs. Torres is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, was it Torres or Harris?
Sorry, we were doing.
Torres, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment. We should be focused here on this committee on protecting American taxpayers and funding the federal government. But instead, my Republican colleagues are focused on preventing Washington, D.C.'s local government from using its own money for abortion services, eliminating abortion coverage from hundreds and thousands of federal employees' health plans, and forcing D.C. through an unfunded mandate to submit reports to Congress that detail their compliance with Republicans' overreaching oppressive agenda. These provisions aren't just anti-women and anti-reproductive freedom, they're anti-democratic and an attempt to control women. If it wasn't an attempt to control women, you would be saying and mandating men to wear condoms or utilize some type of contraception. But that is not what you're doing, because you don't want to control men, you want to control the women. And as vice chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, but more importantly, as a mother, a grandmother, and a woman, I am outraged at this extreme agenda to not trust women. Women are firefighters. Women are members of our military. Women are police officers. Women are heads of households. They support you, they protect you. Trust them. Trust them, not just in bed, but trust them to make decisions for their own bodies. I respectfully ask for a yes vote on this amendment to strip this very hurtful language to women all across America, but most importantly to the women here in DC, which none of them, by the way, none of them have voted for any of you in this office, in this room right now. I yield back. Yes. I'm asking for a vote on the amendment that I have at the desk.
Yeah.
Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the gentlelady from California for offering this amendment. Of course, I rise in support of striking this bill, the harmful riders from this bill. Once again, here we are going after people in the District of Columbia. What if we decided to go after your council members and myself, interfere in your congressional district's decisions with regard to health care or any other issue? Home rule exists in Washington, D.C. Everyone here should be able to respect the people of Washington, D.C. All people should have access to safe and effective abortion care, especially our hardworking public servants here in the District of Columbia, if that is their decision. It's unconscionable that some of our Republican colleagues, instead of protecting people's health, are focused directly, mind you, directly targeting America's public servants. This funding bill, it's just another MAGA wish list that has no chance of passing the Senate or being signed by the president. Decisions to obtain abortion care are not political decisions. They're medical ones. As a matter of fact, every major medical organization, such as the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Psychological Association, agree that these procedures are safe and are used when medically necessary and can literally save lives. Healthcare decisions should be made by health providers, doctors, patients, their families, whomever, not politically motivated lawmakers who are trying to interfere in people's healthcare decisions, especially that here we are in the District of Columbia, and as the gentlelady said, you know, why are you interfering in their business? They don't vote for you. Extremists, anti-reproductive health justice organizations have been spreading misinformation about abortion care to scare the public into thinking that this health care is somehow harmful. These accusations are plainly false, and they're medically disproven. All people should be able to access reproductive health care without obstacles, without shame, or without stigma. All people deserve control over their own bodies and their own futures. Yes, as Congresswoman Torres said, think about it, you know, all you men over there, put yourself in the place of women. All people deserve control over their own bodies, including you. So I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, and I yield.
Are there other people who want to speak?
Ms. Frankel.
Ms. Frankel.
I don't think she heard you. Okay, she heard you.
Okay.
You know, first of all, I won't repeat what you said, which is very good. All right. You know what? Instead of saying my, I'm going to say shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame. You rather, you know, this bill, you rather give a break to tax cheaters and scammers than take care of the young ladies who work for us. Now, I don't want to embarrass anybody in this room, but as I look around this room, I see a lot of young women who work for us, and they have stars in their eyes, and they have hopes and dreams. And some of them are not ready to either start or grow a family. In fact, I think most of them are in the I'm not ready to start the family situation. And so health care, abortion care is health care. And they are paying for health benefits, and they should have access to those benefits to allow them to pay for abortion if that is necessary. Because here's the thing, you guys and women over there, you don't even know their shoe size. Do you know their shoe size? But you're going to make the decision for their personal life. So as to the folks in Washington, D.C., it's just more of the same of Republicans finding every which way to ban abortion. And I'll just end with a value which most Americans share. Whether or not it's time for a woman to grow or start a family should be her personal decision. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Mrs. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a yes vote on my amendment because politicians do not have a right to make decisions for women. You do not have that right. And you absolutely don't have a right to mandate an funded mandate for DC on something that is simply a political game that you are playing with women. If it's not about control, then focus on ensuring that men are also held responsible for the pregnancies that they create. I ask for an aye vote, and I yield back.
She just spoke. The question is now on the amendment offered by Mrs. Torres. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of the recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, yes. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger?
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer?
No.
Mr. Hoyer, no.
I'm sorry, aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce? Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Mr. Kilmer?
Aye.
Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? No. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally.
Mr. Siscobani is not recorded.
No vote. Thank
Mr. Siscobani, no.
Did you get that?
Yes, ma'am.
On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer a Harris Amendment revised
You have what?
and ask that it be read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What this amendment does, very simple. It just says that none of the funds in the Act may be used to purchase firearms or ammunition for the IRS above the levels in possession of the IRS by today. Now, one might ask, why do we need this kind of amendment? We simply need it because of the totalitarian bent of the current administration. The best way I can say it. I'm sorry. I wish I didn't have to say that in America. But remember Madam Chair, the committee's not in order.
Come to order.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mark Houck in Pennsylvania, you might have seen the case. It involved the FBI, one of those other government agencies that's pretty well armed. Mark Houck was protesting peacefully outside an abortion clinic when someone began assaulting his son, and he pushed the guy away from his son. Now, the local officials looked into the case, which would have been, had they decided that he was at fault, would have been a misdemeanor. They decided no charges should be made. But this administration's FBI stepped in and said under the FACE bill, which is the Abortion Clinic Protection Bill, this was a felony act, came to his house in the morning, at least a dozen FBI agents armed, his wife says pointing weapons at him, his wife, and his children to take him into custody because they cooked up a felony charge and showed up armed to the teeth for a guy who pushed away someone who was assaulting his son. Now it went to federal court because the long arm of the federal law came down against him. So it went to federal court, and he was acquitted because it was an overreach of the federal government. But worse than that, they used the power of, I don't even know how, I can't even describe. What would any of you feel if armed agents came to your door pointing guns at you and your family? So what happened now? So the IRS, it turns out, has thousands of weapons, millions of rounds of ammunition. We're not even sure how many, which is one of the purposes of this amendment, actually, is we get to the bottom of what does the IRS plan to do with all that? Because, ladies and gentlemen, tax evasion under IRC 7201 is actually a felony. They could, using the same justification that the FBI did on poor Mr. Houck, they could show up at their doors armed on a tax evasion charge. That should never happen. Not in America, it should never happen. I was told we had a voluntary tax system. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they show up at your door armed. And by the way, if you look at the weapons, they have automatic weapons in their stock. The FBI. 5 million rounds of ammunition, thousands of 40-millimeter handguns, and automatic weapons. All my amendment does is says, you can't buy anymore. You got enough stuff as of today. And I hope this opens a dialogue with them so they explain why they have it, how many, because the data we have is a year old. We need to know how the federal government is armed to use against its citizenry. The IRS is not fighting battles overseas. They're not fighting China. They're not fighting Russia. They are armed against our citizenry. And they use money appropriated by us to buy those arms. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time we keep a close eye on our federal agencies that are arming themselves for use against our citizens, just like the FBI did to Mr. Houck. Simple amendment. You just can't buy any more. And hopefully this opens up the discussion. I yield back.
Mr. Hoyer is recognized.
There have been some very violent incidents and killings of doctors. I didn't hear outrage at that. Totalitarian administration by a party who defended somebody who urged
his followers to commit insurrection and treason. Donald Trump. A totalitarian government. That ought to lose credibility with every one of us in this room. Because if that doesn't, the distinction between Democrats and totalitarians has been obliterated. I mean Democrats with a small d. Obliterated. Breonna Taylor was shot in her home by the police unjustifiably. And some people said we ought to defund the police. And Republicans, almost to a person, rose up and had, that's awful, defunding the police. They have a risky job. They're put in very difficult situations, have to make split-second decisions. We got that. We weren't for defunding the police, no matter how many times you said it. It was a lie. Were there some who were for defunding the police? There were. And now we have an amendment to defund the police. We don't call them police, we call them IRS agents. Who do they deal with? They deal with gun runners. They deal with human traffickers. They deal with drug dealers. They deal with illegal gamblers. They deal with smugglers. They deal with a lot of bad people. Just like the police have to deal with a lot of bad people. And this amendment wants to put them at risk. I don't know how many rounds they have. I do know that it is a lie that there are going to be 87,000 armed agents at the doors of small business and average Americans. That was baloney. I cleaned up that word. And unworthy of a party that respects itself. I don't think this amendment's going to be defeated. It'll probably be 34-27 if we have everybody voting. That's the pattern. Because none of us seem to be appealing to one another's intellectual sense of right and wrong. In my view, the IRS needs whatever they need. The police need whatever they need. And both the IRS and the police need to be accountable for misuse of that authority and power. Now, unfortunately, we couldn't get any votes to hold accountable police, or very few. Certainly couldn't get it through the Senate. I don't know how you can say I'm not for defunding the police when you're for defunding lawful agents in enforcing the law of the United States of America from some bad people. Now, I don't know anything about Houck. I don't say he's a bad person at all. I don't know what he is. I don't know him. I don't know the facts. But it wasn't IRS, it was FBI. So any law enforcement, federal law enforcement, apparently under a totalitarian government, ought not to be armed. And my friend, Mr. Harris, is shaking his head. Maybe so. He didn't say yes. I'm not asserting that, but maybe so. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are for making sure that the people we give responsibility to, give them a badge, give them a gun, and ask them to go in harm's way, if we are going to do that, we need to make sure whoever they are, however many there are, that they are able to defend themselves and carry out the law. You can't have it both ways. You can't criticize people who want to defund the police who are shooting their kids. And not all police do that. Very few police do that. And very few IRS agents are. And in this case, the gentleman cites an FBI case, not even an IRS case, to support his amendment on IRS, because apparently this is CJS. I hope this is defeated. I hope it's defeated in a bipartisan way. Because each one of you in your own mind say we have to equip law enforcement officers, whatever their formal title may be, with the equipment to defend themselves and carry out the laws of the United States of America. Vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to take a little tact and only talk about the IRS. All right, let's look at the numbers. So I think all of in this room should probably be aware of how many weapons the IRS does have. What type of weapons, ammunition. So let's look at what they have. Comes from a GAO report. It's a couple years dated. But weapons. They have 5,000 weapons, in fact. Weapon systems, that's thermal optics, laser, target designators, scopes and stuff, about 50,000. So ammunition, about 5 million rounds. What we don't know is explosive devices, armed vehicles, drones, UAVs, chemical weapons, tear gas, et cetera, et cetera. But we do know the safety record of IRS. In fact, the GAO report says, in fact, they have more accidental discharges than intentional discharges. We know that. So how many operations do they run and at what scale and why? And I agree with my esteemed colleague and friend from Maryland, we need to know what they need. They have to justify what they need. And I also applaud our sponsor of this amendment for a very measured response. Because the amendment says as of today. Doesn't go back, doesn't go forward, but as of today, you need to justify any increase over this. Because from a SEAL Team 6 commander, it should bother us all that the IRS has more guns and more ammunition than SEAL Team 6. And also we should know whether they do have explosives, sniper rifles, weapon systems, target designators. I think this body should know. And I am strongly in support of the amendment because before we give them more, we should know why and what they're using the stockpiles and their allowances now. So with that, I'm hoping actually, because it's the only IRS and it's based on facts, GAO's report, I'm hoping actually we can at least, because it's measured, have a bipartisan moment and agree that we should look under the hood and they should justify what they have. With that,
Gentlemen, yield.
I would, sir.
It's because I don't know. How many members are there of SEAL Team 6?
I would have to get permission to disclose that in an open forum, sir. I was a member of SEAL Team 6. I signed multiple non-disclosure statements, and I will not talk about numbers, tactics, techniques. I will talk to you about the great men who fight our battles and how long they're overseas, but I won't talk about numbers. But I know that each man probably, I can talk about when I was there. So how many weapons did I personally get assigned to me? About 7 different weapon systems is what were assigned to me personally. SEAL teams, we shoot a lot of ammunition. We shoot a lot of more simunition anymore than ammunition. But I think if you're going to shoot and move and communicate overseas and you're responsible for the most difficult missions our nation faces, then that's class. But 2,000, we didn't have, it's well short of 2,000 at SEAL Team 6.
I respect your inability to give information you ought not to be given to me or anybody else. I believed it was a relatively nominal number. There are some 6,000, if I'm correct, and I may not be correct on that, folks in the IRS that have these responsibility of dealing with the people that I just referenced.
Yes, sir. I think all of us want to know why they have them, what type of weapon systems. Looking over the list, I would get a little nervous about belt-fed weapons. I don't really see why we would have belt-fed automatic weapons in an inventory for domestic.
Would my friend yield for another question?
I would, sir.
I talked about those who are concerned about what the police are doing, police forces in the United States. One of their issues, of course, is how well armed the police departments are. And they want to see those weapons of war, from their perspective, vehicles, et cetera, taken from the police. How does this differ?
Well, one is
I'm referring to your expressed concern about them having those kinds of weapons.
well, one is that I would encourage a yes vote for everyone because this is a very measured response over a very important issue, and it absolutely is important. At what point do they justify what they have? And what I found is a GAO report of pistols and machine guns and stuff that they reported. I don't know what they really have, because I'd like to know if they have heavy weapon systems. What scenario were they thinking about on the IRS? Now, we're not talking about the FBI with HRS and those groups. We have a number of federal agencies that are trained in SWAT. The IRS, this is taking a look at just what they have. It doesn't talk about the philosophy, and we can talk about ideology, whether the IRS should be coordinating with local sheriffs before they go in, and by exception, go on their own. But that's a different discussion. This amendment, again, is measured, and what it does is you can't buy any more until you justify what you have. I yield back.
We have one more speaker that's asked for, this is the person paying for that, Mr. Hoyer, is recommended.
No, he's already talked. He's already talked. My turn.
It's your fun.
My turn.
You want to fight for this one? This is, I just say, Womack,
Yeah.
you're in charge. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Listen.
With respect to my friend and ranking member, nobody in this room should characterize what Mr. Harris is trying to do as defunding anything. I mean, it's just simply, we didn't read the amendment. The amendment wasn't read, but correct me if I'm wrong. It's very simple. It refers to levels. It just says you can't go beyond the levels as of a date certain, and that date is today. Because none of us know. And we need to know. We should know what the federal agencies that keep us safe, that have any kind of law enforcement activity, we need to know what they have and what they need. And I can't put words in my friend's mouth from Maryland, but when his amendment reads, not beyond the levels of today. So if a whole bunch of IRS agents go to the range today and expend thousands of rounds in qualification and in operational support, then that number of rounds, as I read the amendment, can actually be acquired to achieve the levels that were as of the 13th of July. So we're not defunding anything. We're not keeping the agency from being able to execute its duties. Though I will say this, any federal agency out here in an extremely difficult world, and the cartels in Mexico, I think, are evidence of what some of our federal agencies have to go up against. And it was said earlier in another meeting that a lot of these IRS agents are in task forces with other three-letter agencies that go out and prosecute law that has an IRS nexus. I want those IRS agents to be armed. I want them to be safe. I want them to return home to their families. I do not want to do anything that keeps them from being able to execute their duties. But as the entity responsible for funding the Internal Revenue Service, I believe it is our job to know. And the only way we're ever going to know is if we get representatives from that agency to come in and brief us and explain what that demand actually is. Then, if I understand Mr. Harris's intent properly, this being a placeholder in our appropriation language, then we can adjust those levels to accommodate a reasonable allocation for a stockpile. Now, let me say this in conclusion. A lot of us have received phone calls down through the last 3 or 4 years, and my friend Mr. Clyde here has been in the business. Phone calls about not regular civilians not being able to acquire certain types of ammunition because there is a shortage, while at the same time the federal agencies are stockpiling. Now, my concern is that the level that they have today may be too much. It may indeed be too much. We don't know. So I support his amendment. I think we need to establish some kind of a placeholder, some level, fix that level at today or tomorrow, whatever the date is, fix that level, and then let's find out what the true needs of the agency are. Then we can respond and make an informed decision. I support the gentleman's amendment and yield back my time.
Dr. Harris is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to put in a word here. I didn't hear the full debate except to say when I was first elected, back then in our part of the country, the Internal Revenue Service had many of their officers in what was then a federal building. And I used to wonder, and that was a long time ago, about their safety. I don't know back then if they carried guns. I really don't know. But I'll say this, one of the gentlemen on the other side said during debate this week that there's about $300 billion worth of drug money floating around our country. And there are probably an equal number of guns, probably more. Being an IRS agent is a dangerous job. And if any of the people from the IRS are listening today, I just want to thank them for their service to our country. They have a difficult job. And they have a job that demands professional expertise and also safety training. It's too bad it has to be that way. And I know conditions all across my region have changed over the years with what's happening with illegal drugs and with addiction and with murder and with trafficking, and it has changed our country. And I wouldn't want anybody, at least as I'm one member of this committee, anybody sitting over there at the IRS or working around the country, there are some people who do appreciate your patriotic service, and I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you. I yield back.
Dr. Harris. Recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I hope the gentleman from Maryland will join with me in calling out the horrendous beatings of a septuagenarian and octogenarian who were both peacefully protesting outside abortuaries in Baltimore City in the last 2 months. Because the gentleman, and I hope he'll join with me, it's wrong. I mean, which side the violence occurs doesn't care. Look, there are IRS agents who need to be armed. In fact, the IRS will tell you, and this is one of the reasons for the amendment, the IRS data sheet says that in fiscal year 2018, there were 2,159 criminal investigation special agents. Well, that sounds like the ones that have to have weapons, not the ones who answer the phone and help you with your question. The special agents, 2,100 in 2018, 5,000 handguns, 5 million rounds of ammunition. All we want to know is how many people need it? How much is there out there? Those are the questions we should ask on the Appropriations Committee because we're giving them the money to buy this. The bottom line is, and I do have a concern because nations that get out of control want to arm the government and disarm the citizenry. That's all I'm going to say, and I'm going to close on that. I yield back.
We got an armed citizenry.
We certainly have an arms.
Question is now on the amendment offered by Dr. Harris.
Oh, God.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further amendments? Yes. Thank you. Ms. McCollum is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I'll forego the reading. On this, I think I can explain it. It's pretty simple, and I'd like you to keep your ears open and your mind open as I go through this. I'm asking for your support. This is to prohibit the Small Business Administration from using taxpayers' funds to provide grants to businesses that discriminate against a protected class of Americans. On June 30th, the Supreme Court announced a split decision case in the 303 Creative LLC versus Ellis, siding with the website designer, Lori Smith. This decision allows Ms. Smith to refuse to design wedding websites for same-sex couples and will only provide a new license. This provides a new license to discriminate for other private businesses that want to follow suit. And I want you to understand where I'm coming from, because this case goes farther than just allowing Ms. Smith to deny service to same-sex couples. The court now has opened the doors for business owners to publicly advertise that they will not serve our fellow Americans. Ms. Smith was never harmed, nor was she ever forced to design a website that contradicted her religious beliefs. She proactively filed this suit. The federal government should never be used to sanction discrimination. And if we think in our history, this is not the first time the Supreme Court has sanctioned discrimination. 1996, Plessy versus Ferguson, started separate but equal. Jim Crow laws were allowed to flourish in states. It was discrimination. Separate but equal is not equal. So Congress stepped in with the Civil Rights Act of 1965 to counter the Supreme Court decision and allow the Jim-era Crow's laws no longer to be allowed to use discrimination. Now, some of you know I'm a history teacher, so I'm just going to ask you to think back to those textbooks. You should all be familiar seeing signs in stores, photographs of them, windows, barring Americans from entering based on their race, Jewish or Catholic, religion, sexual orientation, and gender identity, and even from being able to apply for a job. Irish and Catholics not wanted. That's what my widowed grandmother dealt with in St. Paul, Minnesota, when she was looking for a job to support my father. This has always been wrong. We should not discriminate. Now, we do have federal anti-discrimination laws, and they do work hard to protect the hard-fought battles. Civil rights, women's rights, disability rights. These laws protect Americans from being denied equal access to services. These laws also prohibit the owners of private businesses from publicly discriminating against Americans by refusing their business. So this Supreme Court is in direct conflict with these laws and the direction our country has been moving towards. And let me give you an example, and I speak as a Minnesotan. In Minnesota, the Human Rights Act, which was one of the first votes I took as a state legislator, passed in 1993. It was a law that prohibited discrimination based on sexual orientation. Unfortunately, not all Americans have the same protections as gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender Minnesotans. So, in Minnesota's 4th District and across this country, there are small business owners who open online and physical stores, and they welcome everyone. Those business owners deserve the support that the SBA can provide to help their businesses flourish. Today, we are considering a bill that would provide over $800 million to the Small Business Administration. So my question is, why should any of these funds, taxpayers' funds, be granted to businesses that choose to deny service to their fellow Americans? The Supreme Court has decided that business owners can deny services to protected class of Americans. But I believe those business owners should not be given a penny of taxpayers' funds from the Small Business Administration. And this is what my amendment's about. Business owners, yes, they make their choices. Consumers, yes, they make their choices. But I believe Congress should not provide taxpayers' funds to a business that will discriminate against our fellow Minnesotans. So I'd ask you to consider this in a question of our tax dollars, which I hear a lot about in this room sometimes, not being used in a way that people see unfit. Please consider voting for this amendment. Madam Chair, I thank you and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Mr. Womack is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to my good friend's amendment. First, I think it should be said that I believe, and I think most everybody in this room believes and respects the issue that is raised here. Discrimination against any individual or group is not acceptable. But this amendment does not acknowledge the First Amendment rights of business owners who were recently defined by the Supreme Court and not up for interpretation, SBA interpretation. It fails to take into account that 13 days ago, an exception to discrimination law was recognized by the highest court in our land, protecting business owners who offer expressive services from violating their personal or religious beliefs. The language of this amendment would force the SBA to throw manpower toward the task of investigating whether a small business applying for a grant or a loan has discriminated against customers. This is not a core mission. And I said in my opening today, we need our agencies to get back to their core missions. It considers neither the constitutional rights of U.S. citizens nor judicial precedent. This amendment would take the justice system out of the hands of courts and place it in the hands of unelected bureaucrats. But the fact of the matter is, legal proceedings are never simple. Constituents deserve due process before a court of law pursuant to their Fifth Amendment rights. Now more than ever, post-pandemic, the SBA needs to focus on their core mission of assisting small businesses with growth and expansion. So I'd hope that we would look at this issue holistically. Broad-stroked and ill-conceived policies will not assist in that mission, and for these reasons, I oppose my friend's amendment and would encourage you to do the same, and I yield back.
Are there others? Yes, sir.
No, no.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Chair, I stand in support of this amendment. As we seen across the country, legislation has been drafted and passed that will peel back protection and harm the LGBTQ community, communities of colors and religious communities. Just this past year, there have been more than 700 anti-LGBTQ bills introduced. The FBI recently reported that hate crimes in the United States increased nearly 12% in 2021 over the previous year, with 65% of the victims reported targeted for race and ethnicity, and 15.9% targeted for their sexual orientation. So racism and bigotry is alive in America. It has not disappeared. And it seems that there's an effort to take us back to Plessy versus Ferguson, to the days of separate but equal, ignoring that the Supreme Court has spoken eloquently about racial discrimination practices. Now, these practices are not just exclusive and exclusively confined to our area here in the public service, police department, fire department, schools. It is also in the private sector. The lunch counter was a symbol of the civil rights movement. The back of the bus was a symbol of that terrible era. Hotel accommodation was also part of the discriminatory practices of those eras. We should not go back to that time. And I feel that legislation here intends to take us back. So I stand in support of this amendment and continue to ask my colleagues to do that as well, to support this, stop the efforts to take us back to Plessy versus Ferguson.
Thank you. Mr. Howard is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have no doubts what the outcome of this vote's going to be, but I do regret it. I regret it because I started out as a very young person. I was in college. I was working for the United States Senate. There was a publication. It was called The Cross and the Sword. It was a racist publication. Came to our office every week. I had the important job of opening the mail. We didn't have automatics at that point in time. And so I would scan that. And it was a deeply held religious belief that blacks and whites ought to be separated in those publications. And I'm old enough to have gone through the civil rights movement and hear Governor Maddox use an axe handle in Georgia, Governor Wallace stand in the schoolhouse door, Governor Barnett, other governors, and Wallace saying segregation today, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. I don't presume any of us would agree with that today, because we've grown in our awareness. The chairman said he doesn't believe we ought to discriminate against anybody. And I share that view. I think most of us would articulate that view. But living that view is a little tougher, because there's some things we don't like or some things we don't think are right, but other people pursue them, do them, or are them. And I suggest we're going to look back some years from now, as most people in America now look back at being against marriage equality as, well, I don't know why they felt that way that day, at that point in time. But we know people think about that today, not the American people as a whole. Obviously, there are some. So I would just say what the gentlelady is standing up for is we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men. And in the Dred Scott decision, Roger Brooke Toney said if it had been interpreted in 1858 as opposed to the originalist view of 1787, that would be pursued as all human beings. Read the opinion. I think we're going to look back as we progressed through these civil rights issues and said, but this distinction is different. It's not equal. It shouldn't be treated as equal. And we'll regret that narrowness of view. I urge support for the lady's amendment.
Mr. Guest is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I also support the spirit of this amendment and support anything that would prevent discrimination, I'll vote against this amendment. And I will not support this amendment because it does not set forth the process or the procedures by which SBA would use. As a former prosecutor, I believe in due process. I believe in balancing the powers of law while also protecting individuals, or in this case, businesses. This amendment, I believe, seeks to give SBA similar authority to EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. In a prior life, I was the target of an EEOC complaint. A former disgruntled employee filed a complaint with EEOC alleging several allegations. He alleges that he was terminated because of his sex, though male. alleges he was terminated because of his race, though Caucasian. He alleged that he was terminated because of his religion, though he was Protestant, Christian. He alleged that he was terminated because of his age, though at the time of his termination, he was under the age of 40. EEOC has a process in which individuals have to file complaints. They must file complaints in a timely manner. There's a discovery process. There's a process for those who are the subject of those complaints to be able to file answers and respond. And there is also a process in which you can appeal the ruling of EEOC into the federal court system. What we see in this legislation is this amendment sets forth none of those processes, none of those protections. It doesn't address the burden of proof that SBA would use in making these claims and adjudicating these claims. It sets forth no discovery process. It doesn't allow the rights of the individuals or businesses to confront those who may make claims that they were discriminated against in denying services. And it sets forth no appeals process. Madam Chairman, I would make the statement to you that process matters. Process is important. And this amendment completely fails to set out the process that SBA will use. And without knowing the process, I cannot support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back. I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. What were you saying?
I said you were saying you had something in your hand and referred to it right at the end, but I couldn't understand what it was.
Well, but in closing, I was just saying that process matters, that process is important. And this amendment sets forth no process. It just says SBA shall be able to make that determination. It doesn't allow the individual whom a complaint may be filed against to confront his accusers. It doesn't set forth a burden of proof. It allows no discovery. It doesn't say that the individual can answer that complaint, and it doesn't allow that individual upon which a complaint may be adjudicated to be able to appeal to the federal court system. And without setting forth a process, I cannot support an amendment without knowing how this will be carried out by the SBA. Therefore, I will be opposing it.
Understood. Thank you for that. In recognition, Ms. McCollum, in recognition, 1 minute to close.
Oh, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And look, I appreciate the offer of the amendment. Nobody wants discrimination. But, you know, she brings up the Creative LLC case. The Creative LLC case was very narrowly defined. And the gentleman mentioned that, you know, this is a lunch counter issue. Read the opinion. It is not a lunch counter issue. And I'll tell you, the decision deals only with expressive content, because the decision was not a religious rights decision. It was a First Amendment free speech decision that only applies to someone who is delivering expressive content. It is not restaurants or hotels. It is not a lunch counter. It is not none of that. So one has to ask, what's the danger in this amendment? Well, the danger in this amendment could be construed by the FDA to say Creative LLC can't apply for a small business loan. That would be absolutely antithetical to the Supreme Court decision. Because, as was testified to in this case, and the case of the Master Cake, that both of those concerns, those businesses, served gay people. They just didn't believe that they're expressive, that they should be forced to create expressive content, and the Supreme Court agreed. That's all. So look, I agree, and I didn't say it as eloquently as the gentleman who's the attorney, but that's the problem here. Very broadly written. How do you do an appeal to this? What do we give this the Small Business Administration? And by the way, I'm not sure I trust the Small Business Administration, just like I don't trust the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Commission, because that's who was overturned in the Creative LLC case. It was a government agency that decided they were going to define discrimination, and they were going to define it, and they defined it in contradiction to the First Amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of content we don't agree with. That's the beauty of America. We have a First Amendment. We have to tolerate things we may not agree with. Clearly, the creative LLC designer did not agree with same-sex marriage, and the Supreme Court correctly ruled that in America, you cannot be coerced by government for free speech. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment, by withholding funds, just like it did with the Catholic Adoption Agency cases ruled in federal courts to be illegal, withholding funds is in fact government coercion, in this case of free speech, in the Catholic Adoption Agency, religious freedom. Both fundamental First Amendment rights. I urge rejection of this amendment. Yield back.
Thank you. This one? We have one more. What? I think she was first, though. Ms. McCollum?
No, she's to close.
She's what? All right. Mrs. Watson Cullum is recognized.
Thank you. It's Watson Coleman. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for acknowledging me. Thank you to my colleague, Ms. McCollum, for sponsoring this amendment. It doesn't matter that we engage in a lot of gobbledygook to make excuses for doing the right thing. There are laws against discrimination. We know what discrimination looks like, and the federal government has laws that protect people. And this simply is not about a business entrepreneur making a determination. This is about the federal government not allowing any of our tax money to be used to benefit a business that chooses to discriminate against a protected class. Simple, just simple. And it doesn't need a whole bunch of convoluted discussion and excuses. It just needs to recognize what the truth is. And it's shameful, the gobbledygook that I hear from the other side. Madam Chair, I'd like to give my time to my colleague, Ms. McCollum.
Members know I'll also use this as my close, but I wanted more than a minute, so I appreciate it. First and foremost, I remember the first time I turned, you guys know it was my birthday yesterday, I turned 69 yesterday. I remember asking my mother, because I could figure out how to read. We were stationed down south. My father was with the Air Force, and the state we were in had 2 separate bathrooms. And I asked my mother, why can't we go in this one? It's closer. And it was labeled colored. My mother from Montana had an uncomfortable conversation. And I'll never forget seeing that sign, just as my grandmother won't forget seeing the sign that she was there. To my colleagues on this side who've talked about process, we do things on the floor and in this committee all the time, and the process gets worked out later. We know that. And it gets worked out, and it gets worked out in a fair and adjudicated manner. I wrote this amendment very carefully so that a small business that, like Ms. Smith's, could call, get advice, could get help. They weren't turned away. I wrote this amendment very carefully. So a small business that wanted a loan could get a loan because they would be paying that back. This amendment simply says a business owner who has made a choice that the Supreme Court has affirmed. I don't agree with the decision, but the Supreme Court affirmed it, cannot be given a grant. A grant. So I know how this is going to turn out, but I have to tell you, when I heard how the court ruled, I was a little taken back. No harm had been done. And what the court has been doing over the last couple years is hearing cases like this and then using it as precedent to set the next case higher. And that's when the walls start crashing in. So I felt I had an obligation to say something and speak something and not just complain. Madam Chair, I thank you for your indulgence, and with that, I yield back time, and I don't ask for the minute at the end to close.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. McCollum. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Laro. Mr. Laro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Frankel. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, yes. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Yes.
Mr. Hoyer, yes. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, yes. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, yes. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, yes. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, yes. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, yes. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, yes. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, yes. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, yes. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, yes. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, yes. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, yes. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, yes. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. Any further amendments?
No magic minutes, Denny.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask a unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read. Oh, I'm sorry, Clyde number 2. Clyde number 2, yes. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which would require absolute transparency from the White House regarding the recent discovery of illegal drugs on White House property on July the 2nd. As you are aware, a white powder, which was later confirmed to be the narcotic cocaine, was discovered at the White House last week. Subsequent statements from the White House press secretary and various news reports raised serious concern about the protocols and priorities of our executive branch. The White House represents the face of our nation, and it's imperative that we hold both its image and its security to the very highest of standards. Undoubtedly, our country is fighting a deadly drug crisis, one which continues to have devastating effects on our communities across the nation. The presence of an illegal drug, cocaine, inside our very White House is shocking and reprehensible. We do not know where this drug came from, when it was brought to the White House property, or who brought this substance to the White House. So a complete investigation into this matter should be a top priority, but the mischaracterization and extreme downplaying of the serious situation by the White House suggests that it is not. The American people deserve better. They deserve answers and accountability. While the Secret Service has just given a briefing to the House Oversight Committee, more needs to be done because our nation must receive the truth. Given the number of serious concerns and questions surrounding this situation, it is essential that we deliver transparency to the American people. Our founding fathers appropriately instituted a system of checks and balances to ensure oversight and accountability of all 3 branches of our government. Yet the lack of transparency by the Biden administration hinders that process. Whether it reveals a failed security check or evidence of inappropriate behavior, Congress needs to review all associated security footage and documentation in order to effectively provide real oversight. Furthermore, it is ultimately the American people to whom the administration is accountable. As such, it is necessary that the American people are presented with the full truth regarding this troubling incident. I've already personally spoken with the chair of the House Oversight Committee, and he is in favor of this amendment. For these reasons, I encourage every member to support my amendment requiring all security footage and investigative documentation be turned over to the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, as well as the Committee on Appropriations. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Hoyer is recognized.
The IRS. I don't know who we're going to trust anymore. We've got a totalitarian government. You know, if you all believe that, then debate is not appropriate because it's not going to make any difference. But the FBI has done a thorough investigation, made a report today, as the gentleman indicated. And this is sort of worthy of the highest organ of government, I suppose, ourselves. They say this: the substance was located inside a receptacle used to temporarily store electronic and personal devices, I guess our phones, prior to entering the West Wing. So yes, it was White House grounds, but what the FBI says, it was in a receptacle. And there were at least 200 people that they've identified that were in and out of that receptacle, none of whom was, of course, the president, none of whom were any of the high officials in the White House. And this puts you in a position, if you're opposed to this, what are you opposed to? Good investigation of finding of cocaine in proximity to the White House in a receptacle outside the West Wing? Well, how can you do that, Mr. Hoyer? Well, I can do it because I think we ought to go after real things. And when we cry wolf, there is a wolf present. But the FBI has said also that this container or whatever it was in, I don't know whether it's a bag or whatever it was, has been subjected by the FBI to fingerprinting. They could not identify any fingerprinting on it. So they've done a thorough investigation, but of course we don't trust the FBI. We're in a country that's in trouble if you don't trust your law enforcement officials at any level. Now, you ought to hold them accountable if they do wrong. And I know you guys don't like Ray, but the fact is, this is a very thorough investigation the FBI has created, not the White House, the FBI has taken. And Mr. Chairman, I really do not think that this is appropriate for us to pursue. First of all, this is probably not in our jurisdiction, the jurisdiction of CJS or the Judiciary Committee or the Government Oversight Committee. Mr. Comer apparently is for this. He can move forward on it. So on the one hand, I think this is not our jurisdiction. But on the other hand, in all fairness, this cocaine, it was cocaine, identified, tested, was cocaine, nobody denies that, was in a receptacle. All of us have done that. Put our electronic devices, used to do it. We do it here on the Capitol Hill when we go into the intelligence rooms. We do the same thing. That's what's done here. There's no allegation that it was the president's or anybody on the president's staff. So I would hope that we would reject this because of the implications that somehow the White House is involved in use of cocaine. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people who use cocaine. And unfortunately, some of them may go into the White House and apparently, interestingly enough, took out of their pocket the cocaine and put it in this receptacle. So they're kind of stupid as well. But this is not worthy of us pretending that somehow the White House was involved in some kind of cocaine, period. I would hope, Mr. Chairman, that we would not accept this amendment. We would reject it and let the proper authorities, either in the courts or in the Congress, deal with this matter to see if there is something deeper than the FBI tells us it is. I yield back.
Be shorter than that. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to bring this amendment forward. I think it's very important that we have complete transparency because of the fact the White House is so important as the face of this nation, and I yield back. I ask every member to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Clyde. Question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Clyde. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed to say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We have another person. Okay. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Hinson Amendment Number 1, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is really about bolstering our energy security, lower costs for consumers, and helping to support rural America as well in its role in energy security. What my amendment does, and I'm going to speak to this and withdraw eventually, but we want to direct the IRS to get moving on utilizing the best available science in its final guidance for the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Tax Credit. I have supported in all of the above energy strategy. We need to be leveraging all of the resources that we have to achieve energy independence. In Iowa and across much of the country, biofuels have been a critical energy resource to provide consumers with a lower cost alternative at the pump while supporting the agriculture community and our rural economies as well. As the Biden administration continues to push for electric vehicle policy as the future of transportation, I think it's important that we take advantage of every opportunity we have to leverage American innovation in the energy sector across the board. So emerging markets like sustainable aviation fuel represent one opportunity for the United States to continue global leadership when it comes to energy production. Last year, there was the new tax credit authorized by Congress to incentivize production of sustainable aviation fuel. Under this law, producers would receive a per-gallon tax credit, which increases in value based on the amount of carbon reductions from the fuel.
So the IRS, like it or not, is responsible for the implementation of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Tax Credit, including how those calculations are come to for carbon reduction calculations, and also which fuel sources are eligible for that credit. So in doing so, we need to look at the model that's applied to that to come up with those carbon reduction measures. So this amendment really is designed to urge the IRS to support the GREET model. It's developed by experts at the Department of Energy. It captures the full life cycle of the benefits of products like biofuels, and it is widely recognized as the gold standard for recognizing the full benefits of on-farm conservation practices. It helps to reward farmers for their good stewardship, as well as bringing dollars back to our rural economies. So again, this amendment simply directs the IRS to do what Congress already provided for and what farmers and industry stakeholders overwhelmingly told them what was needed in public comment. So we're urging the IRS to move forward with the GREET model, and the upcoming final guidance will have very real consequences for our farmers in Iowa and for American energy production at home. So I would urge my colleagues to take a serious look at supporting this. For now, I'm going to yield back because I know I have a colleague on the other side of the aisle who also wants to speak to this. But again, this is about energy security and supporting an all of the above energy strategy. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Yes, I want to stand in support of the gentlelady's amendment. I know you're going to withdraw it, but just to say that the first biofueled aircraft that flew in this country was from the 180th Fighter Wing, F-16, with biodiesel 20 years ago. So I just wanted to put that on the record and to say that we look forward in the Heartland to working on this together and transforming the possibilities for America and new energy systems. Thank you, and I yield back.
What? And our last one is Mrs. Pocott, and recognized.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Representative Hinson for introducing this. This is something I do believe is truly bipartisan as we're trying to decarbonize our transportation systems. Biofuel producers really need this tax credit to overcome the overwhelming cost that's going to be to bring this production online. And the IRS needs to make sure that they have the best metric available by which to receive this credit. As Representative Hinson noted, this amendment simply directs the IRS to follow what is currently the law. The Inflation Reduction Act specifically included language to allow for similar models like GREET to be used, and it's already being used for other sustainable fuels and hydrogen. That's why we support this amendment, directing the agency to allow the Argonne Nationals Lab GREET model for determining the 45Z clean fuels production tax credit. But I understand that we still have more work to do to move this forward. It'll be pulled back today, but I do want to thank the representative for introducing this. We often work together on these issues. The only final thing I'll say, Madam Chair, I did not have on my bingo card today that the only amendment ever introduced in appropriations during the process to make it harder to get access to guns would come from someone on the Republican side today. That did not get on my bingo card, and it's certainly going to affect my score and winning today.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. First, let me say, we don't object to the gentlelady's amendment and would support it. I know she's going to withdraw it. But you mentioned, is this going to give the IRS more work to do?
I don't know if it'll give the IRS more work to do, and I'm guessing they won't need the extra guns and ammunition they won't be getting anyway under this bill. But I do think very seriously, this is something that from our parts of the country, if you want to have cleaner fuels, for those of us who care about that, for people who want to help farmers, for people who care about that, this really is an issue that has broad appeal, especially in communities like Ms. Hinson's and mine. And I just think it makes good sense. I understand another committee may feel they have jurisdiction over this instead of this committee, so we're going to punt for today, but I look forward to working with the lady from Iowa in the future on this, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Ms. Henson is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate the good bipartisan support here. And I do think that there is a lot of good work we can do. Again, this is about energy independence and energy security, which I see as being a national security issue. So from the heartland, all over the country, I think this is something we do need to prioritize. And so I would ask that the IRS seriously consider the GREET model. And with that, Madam Chair, I will withdraw the amendment and yield back.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Clyde number 1.
Yes.
All right. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read. Thank you.
Yes.
I rise to urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which would rescind the unobligated funds for a new FBI headquarters and return this funding to the Treasury to be appropriately applied to paying off our national debt. Our national debt has ballooned to more than $32.5 trillion, a figure exacerbated by the Biden administration's out-of-control spending. However, rather than make targeted cuts to significantly lower this tremendous burden for future generations, the Biden administration continues to cater to an increasingly weaponized FBI that regularly abuses the law, upholds the two-tiered system of justice, and unjustly violates Americans' freedoms. That's a strong statement. In recent years, numerous whistleblower reports have shed light on the FBI's illegal surveillance and targeted censorship of conservative Americans. And here are some examples. In May of last year, whistleblower information showed that the FBI's Counterterrorism Division labeled parents of school children who disagree with their local school board decisions with a threat tag. A threat tag. Concerned parents have the right to express their opinions at school board meetings, yet the FBI used counterterrorism resources to investigate Americans' First Amendment activity. Additionally, in July of last year, multiple whistleblowers raised concerns that the FBI has been manipulating and misrepresenting data by falsely classifying cases as, quote, domestic violent extremism to meet certain in-house quotas. This is flat out wrong. The Federal Bureau of Investigation should not be skewing data, misrepresenting the truth in order to push a political narrative and agenda. Earlier this year, on May the 18th, the House Judiciary Committee and Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government released a report detailing the extent of corruption and extreme abuse of power demonstrated by FBI leadership. For example, the FBI's Washington field office pressured a field office in Boston, Massachusetts, to open investigations on 138 individuals who traveled to Washington, D.C. to exercise their First Amendment rights with no specific indication that these people were involved in any way in criminal activity. The only basis for investigating these people was that they shared buses with two individuals who entered restricted areas that day. Rather than limiting the investigation to just two people who entered restricted areas, the Washington field office explicitly instructed the Boston field office to open investigations on all 140 individuals who attended the political rally, representing unnecessary and illegitimate overreach and chilling the First Amendment right to address grievances. Actions taken by the FBI against everyday Americans, like the ones described above, are deeply disturbing. However, this weaponization of the FBI is far more sinister and widespread. These reckless actions have also been taken against whistleblowers within the FBI, who chose to stand up to the agency's dangerous politicization and weaponization. In fact, whistleblower testimony has made it clear that the FBI rid itself of employees who dared to speak out against FBI leadership or to raise good faith concerns about FBI field operations. For example, Stephen Friend was suspended without pay after questioning the FBI's handling of domestic violence extremism and expressing concern about their tactics. Garrett O'Boyle was subject to FBI retaliation for making protected disclosures to Congress after expressing his concerns up his chain of command with no action being taken. Marcus Allen, a decorated Marine and former FBI staff operations specialist in the Charlotte field office, was suspended for forwarding open source articles to his colleagues. With reports like these coming out of the FBI, in addition to the FBI leadership refusing to comply with an oversight committee subpoena until they were threatened with contempt of Congress. You know what that subpoena was about? The subject? An FBI interview report of Form FD 1023 that documented from a trusted FBI source information that alleged then Vice President Biden was involved in a criminal influence peddling scheme for $5 million with a foreign national. The FBI covered it up for years. Then we have the Durham report, where they say the FBI and DOJ failed to uphold their mission of strict fidelity to the law. That means they lied. Talk about a two-tiered system of justice, one for President Trump and a completely different one for President Biden. This is a politicized and weaponized FBI. The names have changed, but the conduct has not. And the FBI deserves a shiny new $3.5 billion headquarters? A building bigger than the Pentagon? No. Well, I'm thankful that this bill contains no new funding, and I thank the chairman for that. This is simply not enough. Actions have consequences, and we must claw back all previously allocated funds for the FBI headquarters in FSGG. After all, the only thing this agency listens to is funding. Rewarding the FBI's nefarious behavior is unacceptable, which is why this amendment rescinds the funding and applies it to reducing our national debt. I urge my
gentleman's
colleagues
time
to
has
support my
expired.
amendment, and thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, do you have anything to add today?
Thank you. All of you know I have an interest in where the FBI building is going to be built. I think it ought to go to Prince George's County. The old building will be torn down, and it will be an extraordinary boon to Pennsylvania Avenue. A commercial property will be built there, and we will sell it at a high price because it is such a valuable piece of property. If we withdraw this money, this was first proposed in 2009. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Clyde mentioned somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 to $3.5, maybe even higher billion of dollars. He overstretched that is a building the size of the Pentagon. It is not, but that aside, clawing back money that has been set aside to do this for a building that is essentially inhospitable to workers, period. It is in such bad shape that there is a net around the entire building so that concrete will not fall on people walking around the FBI building. The FBI director in 2009 was the first time that I went down to the building, looked at the building, and found it in such disrepair. Whatever you think of Ray, whatever you think of the present FBI, there's going to have to be a new building. And the more we delay, the more expense there will be. It costs about $248 million a year to maintain the present building because it requires 14 other leased space to be expended, and maintenance on the building is in the hundreds of millions, over $100 million. So from a deficit standpoint, this would be a bad judgment. My view is wherever it goes, it ought to start going now. Do I want it for my jurisdiction? I do. Does Virginia want it? They do. D.C., you haven't heard from D.C., and because the District of Columbia and its tax base will be expanded by this move. So I urge Mr. Clyde, perhaps you made your point on the FBI that you withdraw this amendment because, yes, you're sending a message to the FBI, but it will be a very substantial expense. Every president over the last 20 years has supported doing this building, including Trump. Now, he wanted the same spot, which would be very expensive because you'd have to move everybody out, lease space, et cetera, et cetera. That aside, this is a bad budget decision to delay this building, which obviously rescinding existing funds would do. Now, we'll have to see what happens in the future. It's not resolved. GSA hasn't made a decision. And the chairman and I have talked about this. We're going to work together. We want a good building to house it for effective people who do what they're supposed to do. So it's really not about the present occupants, because the present occupants at the present rate will never be housed in this new building. And I yield to the chairman.
Mr. Womack is recognized.
Thank you. And I'm under no illusion that that I'm going to be able to speak in such a way that's going to cause a lot of the folks on my side of the aisle necessarily to adopt my point of view, but I just want to speak practically to the subject for just a minute. This is a serious issue. This is a lot of money. And by the way, FBI funds for new quarters comes from two different titles that we will consider, one to be later, CJS. But it is my strong opinion as an appropriator that these kinds of decisions need to be truly informed decisions. I'm not here to defend building a new headquarters. I'm not here to get in the middle of a squabble between Virginia and Maryland. Preferably it go in Arkansas. But what I'm appealing to my fellow appropriators is, and I've said this a number of times during this markup today, we've got an important job. We have to fund this government in such a way that we don't waste resources. And I'm afraid clawing back what's already been appropriated, even going to reduce the national debt, could be a very expensive decision. Because at some point in time, the FBI will have to go somewhere. We're either going to have to make some substantial changes to the Hoover building, or they will go somewhere else. And there's been even discussion about a decentralized FBI where there would be multiple campuses. And if that were to be the case, or if it goes somewhere other than the Hoover, and even if it's at the Hoover, it's going to require funds to do that. And clawing back this money today without a hearing, without a justification, and let's just be frank, it's because there's a lot of people really torqued at the present FBI. That's okay. And if they've earned it, so be it. But the decision to rescind funds that have been going on for years, and by the way, many of the people sitting in this room have voted to provide funds for a relocation of the FBI, some of that money. But to make a decision to rescind without having the leadership of GSA, the leadership of the FBI, and all of the stakeholders at the table to help us understand what the true needs of the FBI actually are, I think would be a flawed and potentially expensive decision. So for that reason, my vote will be against my friend's amendment to claw back the already appropriated money. I think we have already taken a reasonable approach toward the FBI as it relates to GSA by not providing additional funds in this particular bill unless and until we get a briefing and better information as to the way forward for the headquarters of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So I would encourage a no vote, and I'm going to yield back the balance of my time, with all due respect.
Yes, thank you. Well, the current FBI headquarters. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. The current FBI headquarters is a mess. I mean, things falling apart. It's almost an embarrassment. And it's a good thing we have a lot of field offices. FBI really needs a secure building, and they need the equipment to do the job. In my opinion, and I was a former prosecutor myself for many years, and the FBI is, in my opinion, the best law enforcement agency we have in the country. Sure, every agency has some issues, has occasionally some bad people, but there are checks and balances that deal with this. And we're further down the road than to even consider this type of an amendment, because it's really a lot of the things that you've said, Mr. Chairman, about looking at it and talking about it, that's been done. It's just now down to 2 states and that's Virginia and Maryland. And this issue, but this amendment isn't about that. It's just about where is the best place for this to go, and then to bring back money that's already been appropriated. It just doesn't make any sense. Whether you like the FBI or not, they're the best we have, and probably in law enforcement, the best in the world, and we need to support them. I represent NSA. I've represented them for 20 years, and they have a lot better equipment and a lot more than the FBI. When I was ranking on CIA, on intelligence, CIA has a good headquarters. They have the resources to do the job. And we need to do that with the FBI. We need to move forward. I would hope that you would pull this amendment and that we could move on and try to do what we need to do. And not only the FBI, but also this body. Thank you.
Mr. Clyde is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I must say that I personally like our Speaker McCarthy's decentralized concept of the FBI as opposed to one particular building that houses them. But, you know, after FBI Director Wray has been there for 6 years, and if this building is in that big of a disarray, my question is, what's he been doing for 6 years? So with that, I urge all my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Clyde. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. You sure that's right? The ayes have it? I want a roll call, Okay. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. Okay. Sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. No. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, yes. Mr. Cartwright. No. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, yes. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, yes. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, yes. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Lauro. No. Mr. Lauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, yes. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, yes. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, yes. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, yes. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, yes. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, yes. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
All right.
The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 16, the noes are 43. The amendment is not adopted. I now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 financial services and general government appropriations bill to the House.
The question is now on the motion to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 financial services and general government appropriations bill to the House. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. I think the ayes.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yes, sir.
Before you start the roll call, could I just announce that we were going to have a markup of the subcommittee on Interior at 5 o'clock. We're voting, so it will be immediately after votes. Where the hell is it?
Called hearing room.
What's that?
No, it's in the labor H.
Labor H hearing room. Across the hall, Labor H. 362.
I'll spend some time
A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll, and that's the last thing we'll do for the day because we know we have lots of other things to do.
Mr. Adderhold? Mr. Adderhold, aye. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, yes. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, yes. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, yes. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case? Sorry, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Laro? No. Mr. Laro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger, aye. Aye. Ms. Granger,
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder.
Chair, we can't hear the
Harder,
clerk. We can't
no.
hear the clerk, Madam Chair.
Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. No. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Aye. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. No. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally. We just did this, didn't we?
We have to do it again for the final passage.
Oh, gosh, again.
Again.
On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 26. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Madam Chair, I ask for 3 days for the minority to file.
Without objection, so ordered.
Adjourn.
Adjourned.